Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. And on my lap right now, I have little Lanier. He's on my lap. Here we go. Here we go. Say hi to everyone, kitty. Hi. You gonna say hi? He was fine, just purring on my lap. Okay, down you go. Down you go. I have to work. I have to work, sweetie. That cat and I have been having a difficult relationship recently. He's been causing a lot of damage. It's a little, yeah. Anyway, my computer is doing a lot of that heavy breathing thing, which usually means it's struggling. So if for some reason everything goes out, just stay tuned and I'll get it back going as fast as I can. And as we go along, I'll be shutting down some tabs to help out with that. It's basically, I know I have way too many tabs open right now primarily because of the TYT video I'm still continuously working on. So once I'm done with the TYT video, I can close down a whole bunch of tabs. I'm just worried about closing them down now in case I need. Anyway, I'm already rambling. It's been a week. Yeah, not even. So far in the SandBox, we have John Lethem, Jet, Etchbox, 56, Nick Rich, So Life, and I think I saw Marty. There's Marty. Hello, Hermeteorologist, and Flow Snake. Welcome everyone to the SandBox, to this Sunday evening after. I'm exhausted. I'm warning you right now. I'm exhausted. It's been quite the week in the news. For those who don't know, you probably know about the actual incident, the Charlie Kirk assassination, but for those of you who don't know, I was covering it live as it was breaking on this space. That's a different YouTube channel than this one, which is supposed to be set up as like a 24/7 leftist collective YouTube channel. Well, eventually 24/7. It's not right now. And my regular slots are 4 p.m. on Wednesdays, and that's right when all this news was breaking. So I was the first one to speak on it too for this space. And yeah, still processing it. Like part of it, I was able to do a very good job covering it. And I blame my autism because of delayed emotional reactions. Those delayed emotional reactions are starting to catch up. So, and it's not just about what happened and what I saw on Twitter, because, even your gory action movies, they tend to censor what it's really like. Especially if you used watching like Marvel movies and stuff like that, and you see gunshots and it's just basically a dot on somebody's chest or something. You don't actually see the physics of what it looks like when an artery is hit. They really do tend to sanitize movies, even gory movies. And so to see that, it sticks with you. But then what I wasn't as prepared for was the fallout and seeing so many different people try to lionize him after the fact. Like people you wouldn't expect. Of course you expect the right-wingers too, but so many other people. So this stream is not going to be about that. I'll let you all know. It's kind of where my headspace is. I have a whole bunch of tabs opened about that. I might make a video, but not a live stream, just to kind of give my further thoughts with some of the fallout that's been happening, how some people are being attacked and all that sort of stuff. But this stream, I think it might touch on it from here to or there with issues, but I'm not going to be talking about Charlie Kirk throughout this stream because there's a lot of other important news that's been happening in the week that tends to get overlooked with a blaring news story like that. So, 56 Nick Rich, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Sending love, Sandy. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just, it's seeing the fallout online, seeing it's a lot of psychic damage, a lot of psychic trauma has been happening. A lot of people overlooking the fact that, yes, his last two words were gang violence, indicating the racism behind it, but forgetting that it was also, he was throwing trans people under the bus right before he got shot too. And so, yeah, I might be making a separate video about more of the fallout, but right now, this live stream isn't going to be about that. It's just, yeah, letting you all know where my head is at. It's been a rough week. I had a big event yesterday, a fundraiser that we had one of the performers cancel last minute, so I had to step up. Literally, I did my first drag performance. It was fun, but a lot of stress. Because when you volunteer with a group of other volunteers for a nonprofit, organization isn't exactly high. It's a little bit mishmashed, especially when it comes to a fundraiser and having speakers and cues and no rehearsals and yeah. But I think the fundraiser went well. We'll know the numbers later on. Would have liked to see a full house, but of course that wasn't going to happen. But, I think it still went well and our goal was achieved of making more money than we spent on the event. So, and I also might be, just looking over at the SandBox, I might be clipping what I did on Wednesday from this space. But, let's see. Soul Live, I think Hassan is going to make some lifestyle changes after seeing what happened to Kirk. I didn't know that him and, Kirk were supposed to be having a debate in a couple weeks. I would have liked to have seen that. But yeah, lots and lots of other stuff has happened this week. Hello, the true Democratic North. Hello, the Wild West. Yeah, stuff happening in Gaza, stuff happening here. There was breaking news that I was just seeing right as I was doing this about the Ontario Liberals. Looks like there's going to be in their leadership race. Now, if only the NDP would fall in line and do the same thing. Anyway, we got all that coming up. Lots of stuff about free speech issues when it comes to artwork, protests, and the different treatments, and how some protesters are under attack and all that sort of stuff. So actually, like, the predominant theme of this is actually going to be stuff to do with Palestine, because most of the free speech stuff is related to that. Oh no, okay, well, yeah, it still is most of it, but there's still a whole other chunk related to the hate marches, plural, that have been happening. So that's all coming up. And then just a couple little things from federal and provincial politics here in this country. A couple fun stories for the end, or just better stories, I guess, for the end. But everyone, keep your positive thoughts into the SandBox. We all need it right now. Because, yeah. I will probably be making another video about Charlie Kirk and airing out more of my thoughts and stuff now that I've had time to process a lot of what's been happening. And like I said, I might go back and actually clip my coverage. But yeah, and then the fundraiser that I had yesterday took a lot out of me. I was debating if I was even going to have a live stream today, but I have so much other news to get to that it would be important if we actually get to it. So why don't we start with the news? I might be a little bit lower energy than I normally am with this stream, but yeah, let's do the news stuff. We're going to do news. From CTV News, Germany says it will back UN resolution affirming Palestine's statehood under international law. So another country is now on board with very superficial, performative, but still kind of important work. So Germany will support a United Nations resolution that affirms Palestinian statehood under international law, but does not amount to formal recognition. So again, it's very performative, but you gotta take what you can get these days because all these governments suck. A government spokesperson told the paper, Germany will support such a resolution which simply describes the status quo in international law. Has always advocated a two-state solution, which is never going to happen. The counselor just mentioned 2 days ago that Germany does not see that time has come for recognition of a Palestinian state. Britain, France, Canada, Australia, Belgium have all said they will recognize a Palestinian state at the United Nations General Assembly later this month, although London said it could hold back if Israel were to take steps to ease the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and commit to a long-term peace process. It's frustrating that this is what they're doing. It's just, these countries could actually be doing something a little bit more concrete, like sanctions, arms embargoes, boycotts, applying real pressure on Israel. This is the most of bare minimums that they could be doing, and they should have done a long time ago. None of this had to happen if the other countries actually stood up at the moment when this was all starting, if the media stood up at the moment when this was all starting. The complicity in the media and the governments, it's what's allowing this to happen right now. As I've been saying from the beginning, Israel won't stop until it's completed what it's set out to do, or it's forced to stop by other countries. And it doesn't look like the other countries are doing much of anything. Because Israel also says, Israel PM vows there will be no Palestinian state. This sounds like a toddler argument. Yes, there will. No, there won't. Yes, there will. No, there won't. Because the reality is, unless these other countries actually decide, these ones here, decide that they're going to do something about it, yeah, this is true. Because Israel's the one that's preventing it in the first place. So Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed on Thursday there would be no Palestinian state, speaking at a signing ceremony for a major settlement project in West Bank, which is illegal under international law, but has been going on for decades. Again, it's the complicity. It's the complicity. We've been allowing them to get away with so much already. Is it surprising where it's gone? When we've, all these other countries that were supposed to do something, were supposed to stand up, just never did. Can anyone be shocked that it got to where it is? So, Benjamin Netanyahu says, we are going to fulfill our promise that there will be no Palestinian state. This place belongs to us, Netanyahu said at an event in, I don't know how to pronounce, an Israeli settlement just east of Jerusalem. We will safeguard our heritage, our land, our security. We are going to double the city's population. The event was streamed live by his office. Israel has long had ambitions to build on the roughly 12 square kilometers tract of land is known as E1 and so on and so forth. So unless the other countries actually decide that they're going to do something about this, there's nothing stopping Netanyahu. Because so far all we've been seeing from our governments are strongly worded statements, and we'll get to more of those strongly worded statements in a bit. I'm just going to close some of these because, again, my computer's making those noises like, you're working me too hard. But here, again, it's the complicity. Because it's like, oh yeah, the UK government or the British government, they might, say Palestinian state, but, definitely not a genocide what's happening. Because Jeremy Corbyn quote tweeted Sky News, and Sky News was reporting that Israel not committing genocide in Gaza, says UK government. They absolutely are. And here's a part of that article. Green Party leader, I don't know how to say your Green Party leader's name, I'm sorry. Polanski calls for Israeli president's arrest during UK visit over ongoing genocide. So they could have tweeted this out. Sounds good. These are the actions that I would like to see happen. Netanyahu shouldn't be able to go to any country without being arrested because there's a warrant out for him by the ICC. And if you want to respect those institutions, you need to actually follow through with your obligations. But Israel has strongly denied that its actions in Gaza amount to we know it is. It is. So new Green Party leader Zach Polanski has called for arrest of Israel's president during UK visit this week. The self-branded eco-populists accuse Isaac Herzog, the president, Israel's president, who will meet Sir Keir Starmer on Wednesday, of being part of the Israeli government engaged in an ongoing genocide. Mr. Polanski, who is Jewish, said, welcoming a potential war criminal to the UK is another demonstration of how Labour government is implicated in the ongoing genocide in Gaza. It also serves as a brutal insult to those mourning the thousands of innocent lives lost and the hundreds of thousands of Palestinians facing ongoing violence and hunger. Too many war criminals have been allowed to just freely travel. You look at the prime ministers like of Canada, of the presidents of the United States and stuff, and how they can have a hand in some of the most atrocious war crimes. But there's just no consequences. But let's scooch down to here. Confusion over UK's position on genocide. Ahead of Mr. Herzog's, I don't know how to say his name, visit, there was confusion over whether the UK government had concluded if Israel is committing genocide or not. Really? After all the evidence? It is a choice to be confused about it. There's no confusion. There's no ambiguity. You know the word that I'm trying to say. It's genocide. And any country, any person out there trying to say, well, we don't know, or it's not, or we need to wait, that is a choice. The evidence is there. The proof is there. If they're not claiming it as a genocide right now, they are choosing to go against reality on this situation. They are making that choice to allow that suffering to be prolonged. A letter from the Deputy Prime Minister, David Lammy, said the government has concluded Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza, but must do much more to prevent and alleviate the suffering. Yeah, so it's not genocide, but all this horrendous war crime stuff they're doing should probably stop. Written last week when he was Foreign Secretary, but published on Tuesday, Mr. Lammy wrote that the crime of genocide occurs only when there is specific intent to destroy in whole and part groups and blah. We know this. And there's proof of intent. Because that's kind of what Netanyahu has been saying from the beginning. That's what the Israeli government has been saying from the beginning. What they wanted to do. The intent is there. We know it. Trump is on board with it too. The whole Gaza, what he wants to make it that resort town type thing. The intent's there. We know it. Again, it is a choice to deny it at this point. So he's also saying the government has not concluded that Israel is acting with that intent. However, Minister Streeting caused confusion over the government's position when he said on Tuesday Mr. Herzog should answer charges of genocide when he visits UK on Wednesday. Yeah, he should. And he should be arrested. Question about what exactly the government's position is. Prime Minister spokesman said Mr. Lammy's letter was written in the context of export licenses for arms to Israel. Yeah, we should question why we're still sending arms to this state that's potentially committing genocide. Just more talk about it being an intolerable situation. I think there was something else I wanted to get to here. Basically, it was saying, well, we have to wait to see what the ICC says, but there has been no official ruling from the International Criminal Court that this is a genocide. That's because that process takes years. It takes years for all the things that they have to do for it. So to wait that long, again, is a choice. And by waiting that long, more and more horrible stuff will happen. Flo Snake says that I said Polanski right. And this person was just tweeting out UK government is so smart that it knows better than the highest court in the world, the vast majority of the global genocide experts and almost all human rights organizations. I'm sure this is unrelated to the huge money being made by British arms firms and our political class of out of the genocide, or that Keir Starmer is, in his own words, a Zionist without qualification. And this is where it was saying the ICC stuff. Oh, ICJ, yeah. The government carefully considered the risk of genocide, including when permitting exports to the F-35 global program, the high civilian casualties, including women, children, and extensive destruction in Gaza, are utterly appalling. Israel must do more to prevent and alleviate the suffering that this conflict is causing. As per the Genocide Convention, the crime of genocide only occurs where there is specific intent. The government has not concluded Israel is acting with that intent. As you highlighted, the ICJ is considering a case brought by South Africa against Israel under the Genocide Convention, and that has ordered provisional measures, including on humanitarian access in Gaza, which is just not happening either. Israel is under an obligation to implement such measures as a matter of international law, which they are ignoring. The UK has repeatedly recognized the horrors of the conflict, and the court is yet to hear and rule on the merits. To date, the ICJ has neither found that Israel has breached its obligations under Genocide Convention, nor ruled that the plausibility of Israel committing genocide. Accordingly, we do not consider that the ICJ's provisional measures order should be regarded as creating an awareness of a serious risk of genocide. This is such a cop-out for this government to say, well, the ICJ hasn't ruled it yet, so we're not going to, do any independent thought of our own independent actions. We're just going to use this as an excuse as to why we're not recognizing it, even though they're a completely sovereign nation that is capable of making their own decisions. I'm so sick of this. I'm so sick of these governments denying what is blatantly obvious and doing nothing. Seeing so much of it. Because this is what's happening. This is what was happening over the last week. That these governments want to claim, oh yeah, there's no genocide, there's no ethnic cleansing, nothing like that. But this was happening over the past week, that a lot of people were missing in the news because of the big news story of Charlie Kirk being assassinated. But meanwhile, there's this. So everyone, all these governments, these Western governments say, well, Hamas must release the hostages, while completely ignoring the thousands and thousands of hostages Israel has, of all the people that they've just arbitrarily arrested for no reason, no cause, no court to get them out or anything. So Daniel Lambert had tweeted this out. Meanwhile, Israel has taken 100 more of them with no charge, this time from the West Bank this evening. They'll be starved, tortured, and has been proven reported even in Israel, where the majority of the public don't care. And they're just going into the parts of the West Bank and just arresting all the men. Just lining them up and taking them out. And some people have footage of that. There's more footage of it. So here we have, since noon today, occupation forces have launched a wide-scale arrest campaign targeting citizens in the city of Al-Talkram. The number of detainees has already exceeded 1,500 during raids on homes, shops, factories, and even against passerbys on the street. Like, this is some Nazi bullshit here. But the UK still wants to say, oh, there's no genocide happening. There's no proof. There's no proof of intent. What, you think all these people in the West Bank were Hamas? That it's okay for them to do this? More footage of it. So Richard Sanders was tweeting out, since midday yesterday, UK time, Israel has been randomly detaining hundreds of adult men in the streets of the West Bank town. Social media is swamped with extraordinary images, not a single UK news outlet reporting it. Let's see if there's audio on this one that I need to have these in. So for more than 10 hours since 2 p.m. Palestinian time, Israeli occupation forces have carried out mass abductions across Tulkram, occupied West Bank, detaining almost every Palestinian man they encounter in the streets, buildings, buses, pharmacies, and shops. They are raiding homes, destroying property, and assaulting residents indiscriminately as a form of collective punishment. And they were quote tweeting themselves, while the UN Security Council is condemning Israel's attack on Qatar. Israeli occupation forces are forcibly abducting hundreds of Palestinians from multiple areas across the occupied West Bank. So where's the condemnation from the Canadian government on this? Saying, ooh, yeah, you shouldn't just be arbitrarily arresting hundreds, thousands of men for no reason. That's, you know, if you don't like the fact that, you know, Hamas took hostages, you really shouldn't be doing this. You know, but still, in every statement that the Canadian government makes about what's happening over there, they still say Hamas must release the hostages. They'll never acknowledge this, what's happening here. They'll never acknowledge it. So these are some of the things that have been happening over the past week that a lot of the mainstream media isn't reporting on. Not that they would in the first place, but we're not hearing too much about it because these horrific events are just being overshadowed by one person being assassinated. So the lives of thousands of people are being destroyed as they're being kidnapped, taken away, while there's nothing that people can do because some racist fuck got assassinated. And it's not all the attacks and stuff, because I was covering recently that there's some flotillas, that a large flotilla of like 50 boats going to try to break the blockade on Gaza and give some desperately needed supplies to the people there. Well, those flotillas, civilian vessels, have been attacked. So Novara Media has said the global Smod flotilla, which hold a press conference today to update the media on public drone attack sustained by one of its boats, the family boat, last night in the port of Tunis. While the participants are safe, details about the attack remain limited, and Israel is trying to claim that, oh yeah, this is like a cigarette or a flare or something. Whereas if you see it, the moment the flotilla boat was hit by a suspected drone attack, you see a fireball heading towards the boat. Fortunately, everyone in the boat is fine. Nobody was injured. But here's a little bit more from that. Somebody who was on the boat who took some footage. The vessel carrying, so this is Brian Allen. Breaking, Greta Thunberg was aboard a Gaza ship, aid ship hit by a suspected drone strike off the coast of Tanzania. The vessel carrying activists and humanitarian supplies was set ablaze mid-mission. Attacking aid workers is not war, it's terror.
We've been hit by what appears to be a drone. The vessel's on fire. There's a fire in the front deck. We've been hit. We have been hit. The vessel is on fire. We are off the coast of Tunis. It was a loud explosion. I was on the top deck. The police are arriving. Patty, it was a massive explosion. Are we abandoning ship?
I don't know. Bring this on.
It was a massive explosion. A massive explosion. Just meters away. We've been hit by what appears to be a drone.
It's gonna be okay, okay?
Like, I can't even imagine the terror of being on a boat and having it hit.
Guys, we have been attacked in what
hit.
appears to be a drone attack. The vessel is on fire. I repeat, the vessel is on fire. We were on the family boat at about 11:30 p.m. A loud explosion came from the boat is on fire.
Like I said, fortunately, everyone who was on that boat is safe. But for how long? Because David Alder here tweeted this out. Once again, I am writing on the port of Tunis to confirm a second drone attack on the flotilla. The upper deck of the Alma has been targeted with an explosive device. The crew has been rescued safely, but the campaign of violent intimidation must be stopped. So just quote tweeting Progressive International saying a second drone attack has hit the global flotilla in the port of Tunis, targeting a second principal boat. These are attacks on civilians. Like, these are military, they're not terrorists or anything. They're civilians carrying baby formula, medicine, food. Where's the outrage from our governments? Because most of our governments have citizens in this flotilla. But Israel can just be, I don't know if it's Israel who's doing it, just, I have to say that. But whoever is attacking them is just free to do it. Where's the consequences? And there was footage of that attack too. So Tehran just saying, this is my boat. I don't fear the legal, immoral, despicable entity. My only fear is that I'll be killed, and RTE News and other craven Western medias will ignore and suffer irrefutable video evidence like this about the perpetrators and continue to side with the serial killer's narratives. Oh, that's loud. So here, there's somebody right there who was almost hit by this. Oh, hello, Kevin Logan. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Pawn Jumpers. I'm just covering some stuff with what's happening over with the flotilla heading towards Gaza and how a second boat was attacked. Nice to see you all here. I do have a lot of cross-pond news I'm going to be covering today, so stay tuned for that. But welcome, Pawn Jumpers, and everyone go subscribe to Kevin Logan's channel. But yeah, so luckily this person, again, nobody was injured in this, but it came pretty damn close. Oh, thank you, Nadia, for the £5. It's because they're aiding and abetting co-perpetrators, not because of any of uncertainty, same as why they don't condemn it. Their love for racist insiders, boundless. Yeah. Yeah. The Western governments are not going to say anything about this or the other horrors that were happening, because I was also just covering, for the ones that are just raiding over, I was also just covering how thousands of people, thousands of adult men have been taken from the West Bank, where there's no Hamas. But where's the outcry from the governments? Where's Canada saying, oh, Israel should release the hostages? You don't hear that. And so not only was Israel kidnapping over 1,500 men from the West Bank, not only was the flotilla under attack, but Qatar was attacked. And people who were trying to help, with the whole, there's hostages Hamas is holding, let's do some negotiations to get them released. Those people were targeted in that attack. And of course, Israel has also killed leaders in Yemen, politicians and stuff. There's no line. None. At this point, like, if there was a line, it was crossed a long time ago, to the point that they can't even see it anymore. And that's why it doesn't exist, because it is so far in the past. And so Owen Jones was just quote tweeting this out. Seriously, what are the actual precedents for wiping out diplomatic envoys engaging in negotiations? And let's go back to Ryan Grimm's tweet, and then we'll go forward. So Ryan Grimm had tweeted out, here's what just happened. Trump sent a peace deal to Hamas. Hamas met to discuss it in Doha, where the U.S. is mediating talks and has a base in Israel, and Israel bombed them, presumably with U.S. support. The strikes in Doha was aimed at Hamas negotiators who were gathered to discuss Trump's ceasefire offer, according to Hamas officials speaking on Al Jazeera. Much of Trump carried out fake nuclear talks with Iran in order to kill Iranian negotiators. So all those cries, especially I hear it almost all the time with the Canadian politicians, the hostages must be released. Here was Hamas going to the table to talk about things like releasing those hostages. And what happens? Israel and the United States bomb them. That doesn't exactly help or encourage them to want to go to the table in the future. So that might explain why Trump's offers was so short and scant on details. The whole point was to gather people together to discuss the peace offer to kill them. Israel is taking credit for the attack, citing 10/7, though most or all in Doha didn't even know about 10/7 until it happened. IDF and ISA announcement. The IDF and ISA conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of Hamas terrorist organization. You see, they're always very precise in these instances, but, when they bomb a hospital or university in Gaza, oops, that was a mistake. For years, these members of Hamas leadership have led the terrorist organization. And you know what? I don't even feel like finish reading that, because it's a whole lot of bullshit. And so then Arnaud was just tweeting out, this is becoming a Trump signature move. The same modus operandi. Oh my gosh, I know how to say this word. Operandi he used with Iran, now deployed against Hamas, pretending he wanted to engage in diplomacy as a trap to facilitate bombing them, which reinforces the president engaging in diplomacy with the U.S. is now worse than useless. It's fatal, which is the precedent that's bad for everyone. The U.S. first and foremost. not exactly in its interest to teach the lesson, never negotiate with America. Even in medieval Europe, in the darkest of days, the so-called Dark Ages, rulers were honored bound not to violate diplomatic immunity, and common sense bound too, as they understood it wasn't in their interests to be known as oath breakers. Heck, even the Mongols, not exactly known as sentimental humanitarians, understood that killing envoys was idiotic. When the U.S. is failing a moral test that the Mongol Empire passed, it's time to ask ourselves a few questions. And the United States don't care. They feel like they can do whatever they want. There's no repercussions. Nobody's going to do anything. They can just roll over and do whatever they want because they don't see themselves as ever falling from their tower. They don't see themselves as ever being in the more vulnerable position. They always see themselves in the dominant position. They can't imagine that there will ever be a point where negotiations are important for their safety and their survival. And since they can't imagine that in their head, they don't care about this. They don't care about norms or, the idea of getting rid of negotiations and convoys and stuff like that. They don't care because they can't imagine that there will ever be a day when they're in the position where there's negotiations needed to keep them safe. It is sociopathic. Like the whole United States government is just sociopathic at this point. And of course, as is per norm, even though our governments didn't tweet out anything about the thousands of people being kidnapped in the West Bank. Well, this one, Israel attacking another sovereign nation. The leaders feel like they need to say something. So Keir Starmer said, I condemn Israel's strike on Doha, which violates Qatar's sovereignty and risk further escalation across the region. The priority must be an immediate ceasefire, the release of hostages. That's why they were there, was to talk about the ceasefire and release of hostages. And a huge surge in aid to Gaza. This is the only solution towards long-lasting peace. Well, you should really be doing something about it, as Mehdi Hassan has pointed out. Like, what are you going to do? This tweet, these words mean nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it's not like it's just Keir Starmer. Here's Mark Carney. Canada condemns Israel's strike in Qatar, an intolerable expansion of violence and an affront to Qatar's sovereignty. Are they using the same AI to write these tweets? Because they're sounding awfully similar. Regardless of their objectives, such attacks pose grave risk of escalating conflict throughout the region and directly imperil efforts to advance peace and security, secure the release of all hostages, and achieve a lasting ceasefire. Efforts in which those that names I do not know how to say play a highly constructive role. Yeah, so they're using the same AI. Because I also pointed out, if only you had the power to do something other than strongly worded statements. I mean, there must be something preventing it because they crossed the line a long time ago and there's been no arms embargo, sanctions, boycotts, or literally anything that would make a difference. So then the conclusion must be that there's something we don't know that's actually preventing our governments from doing a fucking thing about this. Just absolutely nothing from our governments. These words mean nothing. They will do nothing. But I'm pretty sure, I condemn Israel's strikes on Doha. Canada condemns Israel's strike in Qatar. And risk further escalation across the region. Such attacks pose grave risk of escalation, conflict throughout the region. The priority must be an immediate ceasefire, release of hostages, and a huge surge in aid. Secure release of hostages and achieve lasting ceasefire. Well, at least Keir Starmer said that there should be aid into Gaza. Mark Carney couldn't even do that. And here is our Minister of Foreign Affairs. Canada condemns the strikes conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces in Qatar, which violates its sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Middle East faces serious challenges, and sustainable peace and security must be prioritized over any actions that could lead to a broader conflict in the region. Qatar's sovereignty must be respected, and international law must be upheld. And you keep on saying these words over and over again. Yeah, international law should be respected, but what are you going to do about it? Without enforcement, it means nothing. And somebody was just pointing out, here's what Bernie Sanders said. Netanyahu's extremist government is completely out of control. Not only are they starving children in Gaza, they are now breaking international law by dropping bombs in Qatar, a U.S. security partner. When is enough enough? No more U.S. military aid to Israel. Yeah, that let's do that. How about no more military aid to Israel from the Canada, US, or UK? No more aid to Israel. None. They're only able to do what they are doing because of the complicity and support of these other Western nations. None of this would be happening right now if our governments actually respected international law when it applies to one of their own. It's kind of like, cops don't really hold other cops accountable for their crimes because they're all in the same club, the same power dynamic club. That's what we're seeing here. They're all in the same power dynamic club. They're not going to hold each other accountable. Somebody else would have to hold them accountable, but in order for that to happen, it would have to be somebody that actually is a threat to them. And again, the US, that's part of the reason why the US doesn't care, is that they don't see anyone as a threat to their position in the world stage right now. Nobody threatens them. Nobody can force them to do anything. Nobody can really cause them to suffer in any way. So they just don't care, and they do whatever the hell they like. Oh, that's it for that docket. I'm going to close all those tabs because, again, my computer is really struggling right now. Close tabs. And there's more on this as we start talking about free speech issues. But before that, let's check the SandBox. And again, welcome pawn jumpers. Okay. Oops. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. So if everything bad comes from the UK, aren't you in the United States? Everyone trying to tell me how to pronounce word. I know how to pronounce it, just not when I'm thinking about it. It's one of those things, as long as I'm not trying to think about it, I can say it. Hello, Lacara DeVille. Let's see. I don't need to know about people's fiber needs. So, Lev, does West Bank know what's happening in Gaza? Is that even on the news there? I have no idea. Uh, if they have internet access, there's no reason why they wouldn't know. Even with algorithms and stuff of that sort, it would still break through. Some things have just been so extreme, so out there. And it's the fact, like, the IDF soldiers brag about what they're doing. So, like, in Israel, in the West Bank, they'd be seeing stuff, even if it's not reported on their regular news. Not to mention, there's probably a lot of crossover with friends and family between the West Bank and Gaza. They know. Lagarde Deville, I literally had a week-long break from the internet, yeah, when things kicked off. So this is all new but unexpected. Yeah. Yeah, wow, you miss a week sometimes in the news here. It's like so much has happened. So much. But I will probably go back and clip my live coverage of what happened to Charlie Kirk from this space. But yeah, there was so much other news that were just kind of getting lost in the noise with what was happening there, like with the flotilla and what's happening in the West Bank and Qatar being attacked and all that sort of stuff. It gets lost in the noise because some racist fuck got shot. Legala Deville says, not gonna lie, that's a big flying cigarette. It looks like a cigar, actually. Yeah. Oh, it's euros, not pounds. Okay. Okay. You got me, Nadia. I see a little funny symbol. It's not a dollar sign. And I have no idea what conversion is, so I'm just assuming I'm rich right now. Fab, can we just stop the whole not doing the murdering by anyone? It is a controversial opinion. Not sure what you mean. Because, most people I know on the left, we're not, we're anti-violence. Nobody wanted to see Kirk get murdered. Grand Theft Autobot. No, Qatar wasn't attacked. Israel was just defending itself against Qatar. Yeah, I know it's sarcasm. Sneaky fish. We always knew these politicians were amoral ghouls, didn't we? Welcome to the SandBox. Yeah. Like, the thing is that people can get into politics because they have a dream of making the world a better place for others, but you don't stay there if that's what your dream is. Because either your spirit gets broken and you realize that's not the place to make those changes, or you become one of the establishment and start seeing the world differently now that you're getting a fat paycheck type thing. It's like the head of the CEOs of companies and stuff like that. They all tend to be sociopaths and stuff like that because what they have to do in order to function the way they do is to not care about the majority of people they're impacting. Because I'm sure a lot of us, no matter what country you're in, have seen polls where it's like the population is in favor of blank thing. And yet politicians still don't do that thing. They do the opposite of that thing because it doesn't benefit their rich donors and buddies. That's every country that we see that in. And so, you know, being in the government isn't about serving the people, it's about serving themselves. The change isn't going to come from there. It's going to come from, you know, people on the streets, activism. Let's see what people are saying. Flow Snake, thank you for covering this, Sandy. Nearly everyone else seems to be obediently focused on the CK mystery, which clearly being made in confusing and deliberate release of conflicting info, disinfo. Yeah. I will probably be making a separate video about that. The Kirk murder, with a bunch of information now that I've been having time to process it. But people might know that might be noticing my mood is a little bit different. I'm not quite myself today. And that's just the amount of psychic trauma I've been dealing with since then. Seeing people that are supposed to be on the left trying to put Kirk up on some pedestal and praise him and talk about him as being, you know, good faith actor and all these sorts of stuff, which is just so wrong. I'm against violence, political violence. Did not want to see him get murdered. Literally did not want to see it as well. But it's just this massive gaslighting over who he was that it's the United States is worse off because of him, and thus the rest of the world is. So, but lots of other news has been happening that should be focused on that just kind of goes under the radar, and that's primarily because of clicks. The people who were covering Charlie Kirk from the beginning, their ratings went off the charts. Like even TYT, when they covered it the first night, that stream got more views than I think any stream they've had in God knows how long. So it doesn't matter if you're on the left, the middle, or the right. Covering Charlie Kirk right now is gaining a lot of clicks. So that's why a lot of people like to focus on it. Nobody's going to want to hear me talking about, you know, Ontario school underfunding when it comes to students with special needs, which we'll be getting to in a bit. You know, not when one person was murdered versus, you know, the other politicians and everyone else who suffers from gun violence in the United States. Let's see. Fab, your government doesn't help your own citizens, so yeah, probably. Don't know what that's in reference to, but yeah, my government is not exactly great, which I talk about a fair bit. And I get so fed up with some people who are liberals on Twitter talking about Mark Carney has been he's been getting all this praise from all the conservatives, premiers and stuff like that, and meanwhile Pierre Poilievre is still whining like a little baby and whatnot. And it's like, yeah, Carney's getting praise from other conservatives because he's a fucking conservative. And he's making Pierre look like a weak leader because Carney is the leader they want. Like, when the conservatives on whole are loving what Carney is doing, there's a reason. That's because Carney is implementing their agenda. And Pierre Poilievre is just being a whiny bitch about it because it's making him look bad. Let's see. It jumped down. Where was I? Hello, reference frame. Kilskun7? I don't think I said that right. Welcome to the SandBox. I'm thankful Kirk is no longer spreading propaganda, but it's a terrible way to go, and the poor people who had to witness it. Yeah, I'm against political violence. I don't care who the person is. I don't believe in the death penalty for anyone. I don't believe in people just arbitrarily going out and murdering people. If he had died of natural causes or an accident, I think people's attitudes would be a lot different right now. But it's just the fact, like, his kids are going to grow up one day and see that footage. John Lithium, if any of us have any right-wing friends, consider if it's worth risk to continue associate with them. Not sure what that means. Vicky Klee, Sandy, I just saw a beautiful video of some kid on the beach in Gaza talking to the flotilla, made me cry, posted by Tega Hickley. I don't know where it is. So some of them actually broke through? I haven't seen that news yet, if anybody from the flotilla has actually made it to Gaza. And there was also, you know, some heartwarming videos because Greta Thunberg was on one of those boats and apparently she lost a frog toque. And so the next port they were at, a whole bunch of people had knitted her new frog toques, which was just very sweet. Let's see. Soul Life, what percent should you use for an Uber tip? I don't know. I've never used an Uber. I actually do this weird thing I call taxi. Nadia, Keir Starmer then tweeted that the protesters had legitimate concerns and was otherwise kissing right-wing arse. Yeah. The Wild West, proof this is a Canadian stream. Frog Duke. Yes, Duke. Okay, why don't we get back into it? So this had happened like the day or 2 days before. Let's see, what's the date on this? September 9th, so the day before the internet went to hell. Not that it wasn't already on hell, but yeah. It just went worse on hell. I'm seeing things out of the corner of my eyes. Okay, back to the actual news that I have ready. So this would happen the day before the internet became impossible to navigate. And the thing is I don't know if this would be able to happen today, because I'm pretty sure the secret security would have shot each and every single one of them. So Media had tweeted this out while Trump and JD Vance, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and others feasted at a steakhouse. We stood our ground and told them the truth. Free DC, free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time. 2 years into genocide, Gaza is under evacuation orders. Puerto Rico and Venezuela are in the crosshairs, and the Pentagon openly calls itself the Department of War. Trump looked us in the eyes. We made sure he will never dine in peace while communities are under siege. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he might have looked in your direction, but I don't think there's anything registering in his brain. But here's a video of them disrupting their dinner.
So we were just inside this steakhouse seafood restaurant in Washington, D.C., where Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Pete Hegseth, all of them were eating. They sat down right next to us. And as people were giving them an applause, we were saying, free DC, free Palestine, Trump is the Hitler of our time, saying that we need troops out of everywhere. They just announced that the Pentagon is the Department of War. It's always been the Department of War. They have been terrorizing communities and are set to do it in Puerto Rico and Venezuela, saying that Palestine is for sale. Just this morning, there was an evacuation notice for all of Gaza. We are 2 years into a genocide. So we were in there saying he will absolutely not be able to have dinner in peace.
He looked us right in the eyes and we stood our ground, and we continue to be steadfast in our call for the end of the occupation here and in Gaza and globally. We are not afraid of Trump. He is afraid of us.
We hope that he sees our faces in his mind for a long time, because he
doesn't have a mind. It's just, yeah, it won't happen.
looked us all in the eyes as we were standing there. We will continue to fight for DC. We will continue to fight for Palestine every single day.
And a little bit more from Code Pink here. They feast while Gaza starves. Code Pink disrupts President Trump's and all those dinner. Code Pink disrupted a private dinner attended by all those people, directly calling the Trump administration policies both foreign and domestic, calling out the policies. The activists chanted, well, we heard the chant. Let's see.
Trump is the Hitler of our time! Free DC! Free Palestine! Trump is the Hitler of our time!
If this happened just 2 days later, I'm pretty sure all those protesters would have been shot. Just given how anxious everyone suddenly became about being in public spaces. But the thing is I never want these people, these war criminals, these people who have been complicit in this genocide, to ever be able to dine out peacefully again. They need to be disrupted everywhere they are. They need to be made uncomfortable, because what they've done to this world, what they've done to these people it's beyond it's just, there are no words for it. They shouldn't have a moment of peace. And I'm all for, if you bump into them at a restaurant, on a plane, to, again, no threats of violence, but just make your views known non-violently. And then there was another act of political commentary, I guess you could say, of a speech in a way, and that was a Banksy was painted. And there's like a whole thing around this now. And the thing is that I had some tweets originally, like this is what I was planning on covering Wednesday of last week when I was on this space. And the thing is that these tweets that I had have changed. Like the pictures and stuff, but there's now stuff being added to it, AI generated animations and stuff that have definitely changed since Wednesday. So this was painted on a court wall, and it was a Banksy, and it's just, very powerful piece. Talking about the protesters, because All the peaceful protesters with signs saying, you know, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people being arrested for that. And so then immediately afterwards, it got covered up by these steel barriers here, but people still decided to pull them back so that they could take pictures and stuff, and made people more eager to see it. And then you have people actually trying to erase this speech, this artwork, which in a way made it more powerful than what it was before. Showing the state trying to erase that. And Barry was just saying, when you try to remove a piece of art and accidentally make it better. And so this was just a video of the people going there, but let's see if it's in here. I don't get all of the memes that have been starting to be made from it, but you must be replaced by migrants. I'm pretty sure this goes against the intention of what that was. And so, yeah, there's a lot of people doing like these AI generated videos of this now, which is just so weird and totally like misrepresenting, I feel, what this was supposed to be about in the first place. But I don't know what all the different signage and flags are for in the UK, so I don't know too much about that. But Owen was just mentioning that Banksy satirized the state silencing those opposed to Israel's genocide, then the state inadvertently made his artwork genius. And were they in here? But somebody was saying that this might have been intentional, the way that it got erased. It might have been intentional. Banksy knew the authorities would have to remove his painting depicting justice oppressing the common person. However, Banksy used a special undercoat of paint that isn't removable. By using that special paint, he manipulated the authorities into taking part in his performance art, knowing they would create an even stronger message about justice being a shadow of its former self. If this is true, well played, sir, well played. And it would be. But like the thing is that this really pissed off the authorities to the point now Banksy could be unmasked as police probe criminal damage over Royal Court of Justice artwork. How dare you make us look like what we are? Oh, Rachel, thank you so much for the $2. Eamon Animation's Charlie Kirk video is up on YouTube. It's from a while ago. I just rewatched it because it popped in my mentions again. I love Eamon's videos. They are amazing. He's been on my channel. You know, I've talked to Eamon. But for those who haven't seen it, go check it out. So I believe that his Charlie Kirk video is 4 years old. But yeah, go check it out. But yeah, it's so petty of the police and the officials to be like, oh, now that you're making us look bad and you manipulated us into doing this, we're gonna unmask you. I also have a little, see, I have a little Banksy picture beside me. But that is a brilliant way to, like, all of this to like, just to understand the police so well to know that this would happen. Yeah. Just trying to see where some of these other images are that I don't know what they mean, but yeah. Lots of people making these into animations and stuff. Changing the flags on it. And of course, there's probably right-wingers who are trying to usurp it to make it into something more meaningful with them, kind of like, you know, Star Wars or The Boys, and how they view that as being completely opposite of what it is. And then there's also like the image of the cops outside protecting people or blocking people from seeing it and stuff. Yeah. Lots of new memes, but they have definitely changed since Wednesday if you start going back through your old tweets. I closed some of them down already because I already have so many freaking open. My computer's struggling still. I have a lot of tabs to close before they're not struggling. But I hope that Banksy can still stay anonymous. You know, they do their art for a reason. And without knowing who they are, I think it allows people to have more, project more of themselves into what they're doing, as opposed to trying to figure out exactly where this person is coming from based on, you know, maybe their skin color or their gender or anything of that sort. Because then they're trying to interpret it through the artist's eyes. Whereas if you don't know who the person is, you're just interpreting it through your own eyes, which I think is nice. Okay, I'm going to close down a bunch of these tabs so my computer can start breathing normally again. As we get on to Norvera Media. And so this is more, it starts going into, you know, I covered it last weekend, the second round of mass arrests for people just holding up a poster, peacefully protesting, sitting down, elderly folks, people with disabilities, nobody who is a threat whatsoever, just sitting down, holding up a poster, and mass arrests on a scale in London that just is unlike anything else, twice in a row. And so this is Ash talking about it on Novera Media. I believe that's her name. I'm so bad with names. Because she's really just shoving it back in their face. Like, do you seriously think these people who are sitting there peacefully with these posters are the same level of threat as people who do suicide bombings? Like, are you kidding me? And this is, again, it's part of my frustration with everything we're seeing in the media right now, where the people who are talking, the politicians, the news commentators, they know the truth. Okay, everyone knows what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Everyone knows Charlie Kirk was a royal piece of shit. We all know these things. But then to sit there and say the opposite of what you know, or to try to both sides it, is just so taxing. It's so draining to have to deal with this gaslighting every single day. And you just want to scream at them and just like acknowledge it. Just say that you're a shill. Just say that you don't care. Because they know that these people sitting in a park with a fucking poster is no threat to anyone.
The number of arrests, 890 people arrested during that demonstration in central London at the weekend.
Well, I think if the government and the Metropolitan Police are surprised, they're clearly either very stupid or very short-sighted. It was always going to be the case when you have so many people feeling so strongly about the ongoing genocide in Gaza that people would want to defy this ban. And I think that there are some good reasons to want to defy this ban. I don't think that any serious person genuinely looks at an 83-year-old priest or a retired GP holding up a placard and says, yeah, they're a terrorist sympathiser the same way a supporter of ISIS or National Action is. I think that this was a gross misuse of legislation.
Yeah, this woman here. Do you get terrorist vibes from her? Do you feel like you would be in danger if you were around her? I'd maybe be in danger of being offered a tea, and I hate tea. Tea is stupid. I don't like tea. So I would be in danger. But, like, to say that she is on par with ISIS, the KKK, other extremist groups, seriously? Seriously.
By the government. They wanted to cheat code the courts. They didn't want human rights defences to be invoked, which can be invoked when it comes to a standard criminal damage trial. And now they've ended up in this completely absurd situation. And I think that regardless of whether or not you agree with the tactics of Palestine Action, and we live in a democracy, we can have those disagreements. It's a wonderful thing. I think most people feel deeply uncomfortable with the idea that someone simply holding a placard should be arrested and tried under terror legislation.
But that's the point, isn't it? Palestine Action have been prescribed under the anti-terrorism legislation. That happened in July. And membership or support of the group, it's very clear, it went through Parliament, is a criminal offence.
Oh, well, you see, it's a rule that was made. So it was prescribed as a terrorist group, so therefore it is. She knows what she's saying is bullshit. She knows it. She knows that these people are not terrorists. It doesn't matter. Like, people will accuse me of being well, I am autistic, but then they'll accuse me of taking things too literal. This law was made under false pretenses. You know, it wasn't done to keep people safe. It wasn't done to, you know, for the betterment of society. It was done to silence a large group of people from calling out the government for the atrocities that they're helping to commit. And this reporter who's sitting there, she knows it. She knows. To use the thing, well, the government prescribed it, so therefore it must be. No. Like, just because some arrogant pricks in power determine that something is now a law, it doesn't mean it's a just law. Our governments don't make laws to protect us. They make laws to protect themselves. And then they rely on the media to hold cover for them.
The law is clear, but I think Charles Dickens once said that the law is an ass. I don't think it's always an ass, but it certainly can be.
So, again, we mustn't conflate completely legitimate peaceful process when it comes to Palestine and the actions of a prescribed organisation.
Just a quick point of correction. So Palestine Action have been accused of attacking Jewish businesses. What people neglect to mention is that those Jewish businesses are Elbit Systems, an Israeli arms manufacturer, and the landlord for Elbit Systems. Now, I think that's very different, an actual weapons company, from targeting something like a kosher bakery, which would, of course, be completely wrong. I don't think it's fair to, you know, represent...
You're justifying their action because of who it was. I mean, do you want to come back on that?
I'm saying that, you know, misrepresenting it as a Jewish business, it would be like saying that protesting BAE Systems...
A lot of people said it doesn't make a difference.
But they went and chose to advocate Palestine Action.
Because they object to the law. Because they object to the law. And this is the point that I'm trying to make, which is, I don't think any of you are really sitting there and thinking, OK, Palestine Action, that is an equivalent with the violence of groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS and National Action.
Because this is what that group is doing. So this was in Germany, Palestine Action in Germany. Activists broke into Elbit Systems, weapons manufacturing and Ulm targeting equipment used in Gaza attacks. The site produces drone gear and targeting software for Israel. Activists damaged the facility before being arrested after an hour. So this so-called terrorist group is targeting places that would be sending weapons that would be killing innocent people. That's not terrorism. That's preventing terrorism. That's the complete opposite of terrorism. I do not endorse that anyone break the law. Just gotta say that. Just gotta say that. Nobody should go out there and break the law. Shouldn't do that. And thank you so much, Kilskin7, for the $5. There was an anti-immigration protest yesterday in downtown Toronto. It happened in Christie Pitts, and the counter-protesters were arrested, though I don't know details. Well, aren't you lucky? Because I'm going to be covering that in about 8 tabs. I'm getting there. I'm actually covering that. So you're in luck. You will know more about that very shortly. But yeah, these are people that are trying to prevent the slaughter of innocents by what's the word? Damaging these what's the word? Sabotage these facilities. But here's Amnesty International. So last week I had this video that I was showing people about the peaceful protesters, and they were just doing an update. The Met Police said 890 arrests were made. 857 arrests were for showing support for Palestine action. So again, these aren't even people who are saying they are part of the group. They're just saying they support the group. I'm sorry, but can somebody get arrested? I'm on this side of the pond, but can somebody get arrested in the UK for saying, you know what? I'm not part of ISIS, but I kind of see where they're coming from. Is that an arrestable offense? But it's an arrestable offense to just hold up a poster? So while 33 were arrested for other offenses, including 17 for assault on police officers, Amnesty International deployed observers to the protests, and police claims that the protests turned violent are a misrepresentation. Our observers witnessed the Defend Our Juries protests being entirely peaceful. Some supporters of the protests shouted insults at the police, and a small number of them attempted to prevent the police from carrying arrestees away. This did not appear to be a coordinated effort. Well, you see, the police are so thin-skinned that if you shout at them, the force of the air can actually cause them bruises. That's how thin-skinned they are. Police officers on a number of occasions were aggressive towards supporters of the protests. This included violently shoving people away and pulling out batons to make space whilst protesters were arrested and hauled into police vans. The scenes yesterday were a shocking demonstration of how the UK's overly broad terrorism laws are being used to suppress free speech. And I showed some footage of the police just shoving people down, and one guy hit the ground kind of hard, and it just brought back memories of, the United States police doing the same thing to an elderly man who ended up cracking his skull open and losing hearing in his one ear and nearly killed him. Because especially with a crowd like this, when you have a lot of seniors, a lot of elderly people in it, they're pretty frail. And if they fall wrong, they're going to break something and could potentially even die if they hit their head wrong. But they were just so arbitrarily shoving people without looking at the condition, without looking at the safety. Were they going to hit concrete? Were they going to hit grass? None of that. When it comes to these events, it's rarely ever the protesters that start the violence. It's usually the police that agitate it and initiate it. And Owen Jones is just pointing this out. The Terrorism Act was introduced in 2000. Imagine it was suggested then that the biggest use by far in any year would be against peaceful members of the public holding placards opposing genocide. That person would be accused of deranged scaremongering, and yet here we are. And he was quote tweeting this. Stats for lefties. So 1,339 people have now been arrested on terrorism charges in 2025, with almost all of them being busted for holding signs at a pro-Palestine protest. This is more than any year on record by far. And here's the graph. Like really, out of all the people that you're going to arrest, that you're going to make, what's the word? When you're going to make a show of them? No, that's not. When you're going to make an example of them. People who need to use wheelchairs and walkers to get around. People who are blind. Seniors. Retired vets. Retired doctors. Those are the people you want to make an example of. Really? Really. To arrest en masse, to spend hundreds of millions of pounds on arresting because that money couldn't be spent better elsewhere. Really? And Zara was just talking about this too. Over 1,600 people have been arrested since the Labour government prescribed a nonviolent direct action. First time in British history. This includes elderly and so on, but let's just listen to what she has to say on the House floor during question period, which we have here in Canada too. I know this, I understand this. And sometimes I've been thrown off. It's like, is this happening in the UK or in Ottawa? Because sometimes they're very similar in look and appearance and stuff.
Over 1,600 people have been arrested since this Labour government prescribed a non-violent direct action group for the first time in British history. This includes elderly people, disabled people, priests, NHS workers and the children of Holocaust survivors. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has condemned this prescription as disproportionate, unnecessary and warning it risks creating a further chilling effect. So will the Minister finally admit that his government got it wrong, that they have threatened and undermined our free speech and right to protest, and that they will review and immediately lift this ban?
In terms of the other points that she seeks to raise, the Honourable Lady has an absolute right, as everybody does, to protest in a lawful way. There is nothing that this government has done to prevent her or anybody else from doing that.
Yes, you have. You have prevented people from sitting quietly with a poster. That's preventing protesting. That is exactly preventing protesting.
What this government has done is ensure that we are best placed to protect the public. I'm sorry that she doesn't agree.
How does it threaten the public to say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action? How is that threatening the public? What has Palestine action done towards the public that puts them in danger? Anything? They've attacked weapons facilities, but has any civilian out there, even at these weapons facilities, has anyone actually been hurt? So where's the threat? Why was it so necessary to make this proscription to keep the population safe? Who are you really keeping safe with this law? It's just the government wanting to save face.
That is her absolute right, but I maintain the support for freedom of speech. It is a cornerstone of our democracy, and this government will always enable people to have their say.
They do not. They do not support freedom of speech. Because anyone who voted on that law specifically does not support freedom of speech. But then we also have trade unions. So this is Defend Our Juries tweeting this out. Breaking: trade unions Congress representing over 5 million workers across the country unanimously passed a motion calling on the government to repeal the prescription of Palestine action. And this is what we need more of. We need people uniting against a law that was made in bad faith. Anyone knows this law was made in bad faith. And when workers unite, real action can happen. But it takes more than just workers. Like, make sure you're including everyone. And I always want to, I'm going to switch screens for a second. I always want to make that clear too, because people with disabilities who aren't part of the working force, it's not because they don't want to be, it's that they can't. But they should still be included in these movements, and there should still be ways to make sure that they can be included in these movements. Because so often people with disabilities want to help, want to have their voice heard, but can't because of the barriers put in the way. And then what this also means is that you can't just advocate for issues that are at a certain level. You have to also advocate for the issues that are important to people with disabilities. Because here's the thing, all of us folks with disabilities, we can go out there and protest, and what? Are we going to go on strike? Like, what are we going to go on strike from? Like, we can't get heard because we're already invisible. So we need people like these trade union people and stuff, workers, to also help with our issues. We try to help with all the other issues as well, but we need others to actually help with our issues and help us get heard. Because right now in the UK, in Canada, in the United States, people with disabilities are suffering, and we're constantly being attacked, and you know, our rights are being taken away and being eroded. And we need people with visible platforms, people with actual power to do something, to acknowledge that and help us raise our voices. But here's what this person had to say.
UK government's prescription of Palestine action under the Terrorism Act of 2000 is not just a legal manoeuvre, comrades. It is a political attack with profound implications for our rights, our members and our democracy. Since the prescription, it is clear that the policing has been particularly heavy-handed. On the 10th of August, in Parliament Square, 522 people were arrested, the single largest mass arrest in UK protest history. That was until last weekend, when 890 people were arrested for peacefully holding signs or wearing T-shirts. The vast majority of those arrested have been pensioners, comrades. The sight of 5, 6, 7 policemen manhandling and carrying people as old as 80 or 90 away from peaceful protests is an absolute disgrace to this country. Police have warned that any public support for Palestine action may result in arrest, with consequences including criminal records, travel restrictions and career impacts, and up to 14 years in prison. The crime of those activists is to take direct action against the mass slaughter and genocide that we have been witnessing over the last 2 years, comrades. Does anyone truly believe that this prescription is proportionate? Does anyone truly believe that the use of police resources should be the priority for our communities? We're seeing attack after attack on migrant workers and people in hotels. That should be the focus of the police right now. Because, comrades, we believe this prescription represents a significant abuse of counter-terrorism powers and a direct attack on our rights to protest against the genocidal Israeli regime. And let us be clear, protest is not and can never be classed as terrorism. Solidarity is not a crime, and silence in the face of injustice is not an option. Comrades, PCS stands firmly with those resisting oppression, and we will continue to defend our members' rights, our democratic freedoms, and our moral duty to speak out against genocide and apartheid. Congress, please support this composite. Free Palestine.
So yes, up to 14 years in prison for sitting there with a placard. Meanwhile, do you think any of these right-wing douchebags are under that same threat? So here we have Adam Schwartz had tweeted this out. Deeply disturbed to see today's Unite the Kingdom march in London with 100,000 plus attendees. This was likely the largest far-right protest in British history and was led by Tommy Robinson and addressed by Elon Musk. The far-right are emboldened, but here's the good news, and we'll go through this thread. But I think it's over like 130,000. Some of the articles are going to get into that. So how many people do you think was arrested here for people who are spitting vitriol and violence? Like people who actually want harm. Do you think any of them are facing 14 years in prison or just being arrested? No, less than a dozen people got arrested. From over 100,000 people spewing racist, bigoted bullshit. But if you have a group of 1,500 people and 800 of them are holding a sign peacefully, they get arrested. But these people who are holding signs aggressively with very disturbing phrases, nothing. They got nothing. They're allowed to do what they want to do. So more from the tweet thread. Today's show of force for Tommy Robinson, a long-time street thug, will exacerbate far-right divisions. Robinson is a rival of Farage who disavowed him and refused to campaign for him or allow him into Reform in UK. There are many people in Reform who'd like to embrace Robinson. I also don't think this would have been as big had Charlie Kirk not been assassinated earlier this week. Rachel Atwood, thank you for the $2 super chat. People were peeing and pooping in the streets? Ugh. Oh, I think I caught something about that. I was just glancing in on Kevin Logan's stream before I was coming into mine, And he was mentioning that they were able to poop in the streets. And then I point out, it's like, yes, right-wingers can poop in the streets. Meanwhile, trans folks can't even poop in washrooms, public washrooms. It's just, but they can do that. Nobody cares. Like that. They should have gotten arrested for that. But yeah, these people can go out, just break the law and not get arrested. And meanwhile, somebody who is blind and uses a wheelchair holding a sign gets arrested. So Reform's UK greatest challenge is not Labour Tories, but to avoid implosion before the next election. Like every far-right party, Reform is ideologically split. Pragmatists who want to appear moderate for the electoral reasons versus Puritans who want to be explicitly far-right. So for us Canucks over here, this is the difference between the Conservative Party and the PPC. And the PPC is the People Party of Canada. So your new party over in the UK probably shouldn't go by that name. Just saying. Owen, probably not a good idea. So the People's Party of Canada, they looked at the actual conservative slogan one year that was secure the future and thought, you know what, that's not right-wing enough. The Conservatives ran with the slogan secure the future. And some people broke off thinking, yeah, you're not going far enough. I remember the first time I saw that slogan during the federal election, and at first I laughed because I thought it was a joke, and I was driving, and then I nearly ran off the road when I realized, oh my fucking God, they're serious. This is their actual slogan. So Farage and Reform UK's leadership represent the pragmatists, but the membership and junior figures are more Puritan and want to embrace Robinson. Farage is polling well, but has never polled anything near 100,000 to a rally. Today's march will empower Puritans versus Farage. And again, I think a lot of this was fueled by what happened to Charlie Kirk. Farage's next problem, Musk escalated support for Robinson today by addressing the rally. Musk backed Farage and was going to bankroll Reform until they split over Robinson. Musk continuing support for Robinson, maybe financially, could further empower Reform's Puritans versus Farage. Will this actually play? For some reason, it's been doing this on Twitter. I wonder why Elon Musk's message is donuting out. It's just doing this endless loop, is not showing. I wonder why his video on his platform is doing this. Robinson claimed today the objective was to unite the kingdom. That was never the real purpose. This was a show of strength in far-right turf war. The UK public are rapidly being radicalized, and every far-right figure is fighting to become the leader of the desired revolution. And so Owen Jones also sent out a tweet thread about this incident. The biggest far-right demonstration in British history is a gruesome reminder of how much trouble we are in. Since the financial crash, the direction of travel for the far-right across the West has only been in one direction, and that is up. The far-right control of the world's only superpower, unlike Donald Trump's first term, his current incarnation is not bothering with political accommodations and compromises. Far-right parties across the West have entered coalitions or even lead governments. And this is why I keep on saying that we need more cross-border solidarity. And I've been saying that with the United States because we're on the border. But also, we need more cross-pond solidarity on the left because the right's working with each other. Whenever you see like a massively large right-wing rally in the United States, there are Canadians there. They've traveled there to be part of it. Whenever you see massive right-wing rallies up here in Canada, there are Americans bankrolling it. They're all intertwined. Elon Musk is behind a lot of them too. You see the connections all over the place. What's his name? Steve Bannon. He travels the world with the same agenda, and he's uniting the right across borders. We need to be doing that on the left. Mainstream political parties are adopting the rhetoric and policies of the far right, only legitimizing them and fueling their rise. Young men are being radicalized by devastatingly effective far-right online content. The left is way behind on effective video content. The economic insecurity of neoliberal capitalism fused with the great reverse in living standards and public provision after the financial crash combined with disastrous fallout of the 21st century and Western wars have all driven the rise of the far right. I forgot, this is a really long tweet thread. It's like Owen is a writer or something when it comes to politics. Mainstream media outlets, social media giants, and mainstream politicians are all playing their role in the far right ascendancy. With every passing day, the far right feels more confident and more emboldened to intimidate and silence their opposition. It's not even that they're being emboldened, they're given permission. Because we see it with the police all the freaking time that they're part of these right-wing groups. They're enforcing it. Like all those police that were out there arresting peaceful protesters with posters. They're participating in it. There comes a time when you need to make a stand, and if that stand means that you have to quit your job because you know what you're doing is wrong, then you need to do it. Now is the time. The far right wants to shut down democracy, crush the left, who say they see as traitors, and drive out minorities, who they see as an existential threat to their notion of Western civilization. Everything they do is a means to those ends. The far right has always been cynical shapeshifters. Look how long adopted free speech as a mantra to try and silence opposition to hateful incitement, and now crush pro-Palestinian sentiment and blame the left's rhetoric for the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Yeah, if I do a video about Charlie Kirk, I'll be talking a lot about this, where it's just, you know, Charlie Kirk was supposed to be this free speech warrior, and literally there are people saying that if you're not from the States and you plan on traveling there, make sure you don't say anything celebrating Charlie Kirk's death in your social media. Or if you're an immigrant in the United States, make sure that you don't do that publicly. A newscaster lost his job for just saying that Charlie Kirk was divisive. Like, it's just all these right-wingers demanding that people on the left keep their mouths shut in this moment. They know they're hypocrites. Again, it goes back to they know what they're doing. This isn't like, oh, now that you point out all the times that, you know, we fought for free speech and now we're not abiding by it. Huh, I guess you got a point. No, they know what they are doing. They know it. It's an open question whether democracy will survive as we understand it in much of the West. The general trend towards more authoritarianism, and Hungary has offered a playbook on how democracy can gradually be asphyxiated. Today's far-right demonstration was not as big and successful as Tommy Robinson has predicted and hoped. Really? Because it seemed pretty big and successful. But what matters here is that the direction of travel. It was once unthinkable that over 100,000 people would take part in a far-right demonstration in Britain. The catastrophic Labour government is doing all it can inadvertently to drive the far right by failing to address or even exacerbating economic insecurities while legitimizing anti-migrant rhetoric and policies. It's the left that has to get its act together to save Britain and the West from the obvious looming catastrophe of far-right authoritarianism. The stakes are absolutely terrifying. And one thing that the left needs to do is stop saying, oh, it's the culture wars that are blocking it, or giving in to this right-wing framing that we can't get along. That, oh, if there's any disagreement, then people on the left will fight, when that's not actually true on a grand scale. We have, you know, lines, we have standards, but this idea that there's this nonstop, constant infighting is so projected onto us from the right that it gets to the point that some people on the left believe that it's the reality when it's not. And when people on the left believe it's the reality, they're afraid to engage because they don't want to be canceled by other people on the left. When if you actually see people on the left who have disagreements interact, you see an actual conversation happen, an actual discussion. You don't see, you're canceled and I never want to talk to you again type thing. That's an image that is out there projected onto the left that a lot of people on the left see, and it makes them afraid to actually want to get involved with these organizations because they're so worried, oh, if I misgender someone, I'm going to be publicly executed. I'm non-binary. And I accidentally misgendered a trans person earlier this week. And I felt like shit, but I'm fine. You know, it was a mistake. I'm not canceled. You know, like I misgender myself and I'm still fine. Like this idea that there's all this constant infighting. It's not, it's an illusion, but it's one that's been made real by the right wing that so many people on the left actually fall for. And so this person was just tweeting out, Robinson claims his goons are trying to protect women and girls, while the vast majority of the people at today's anti-racism march were women, mostly white women. This is who Tommy Robinson's thugs were attempting to attack by circumventing cordons and assaulting police officers. And we have a bit more about it. So this is from Global News. Thousands march in London in support of far-right activist Tommy Robinson. And this week has been really throwing me off with his name because of who the suspected shooter of Charlie Kirk is. I'm hearing the same name. Like, isn't the shooter's name Robinson as well? I don't know.
Please do this, are ya? Traitors, mate, a lot of you. This is our country. You should be here standing with us.
You should be here standing with us. Chances are, if they weren't in uniform, they would be. And yet the police over and over again cut them so much slack. All these right-wingers. These right-wingers, as you will find out, are the actual violent ones and the ones that are a threat to the police. Like, these right-wingers are the ones that actually attack police. But the police will just let them do whatever the fuck they want during these things. But sit down quietly with a poster, gotta be violently arrested by the police.
Thousands of protesters hit the streets of London, England on Saturday to protest immigration. The Unite the Kingdom March, organized by far-right British activist Tommy Robinson, saw a sea of British and English flags, along with signs that read, quote, "Stop the boats and send them home." Counter-protests also took place. Over 1,000 police officers were deployed to keep the two groups separated. It comes after an increase in debate over migrants that are entering the UK without authorization. This summer saw a number of anti-migrant protests outside hotels housing asylum seekers, following the arrest of an Ethiopian migrant who was later convicted of sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl.
It is very important. They need to stop illegal migration into this country. It's tearing us apart. You know, we've got people here, the veterans, our veterans that fought for us and for our freedom, lying on the streets with nowhere to go. But you pop in, get rid of your documents, and you can have a 4-star hotel, free board and lodge.
No justice, no peace, no fascists on our streets.
Well, there's a fear that the far right are trying to take over. So there's a fear of the rise of that sort of thing, but also the way immigrants and asylum seekers are blamed for what's wrong here. It's totally wrong. It's totally wrong. And I think it's racist.
It is. And Immigrants are just being used as a scapegoat for all the other societal problems that the government was supposed to fix, but the government doesn't want to, so they've helped make immigrants the scapegoat so that people don't focus on the government and actually do something that could make a difference by pressuring them. And thank you for another $2 super chat from Rachel Atwood saying Tommy's real name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. And I think one of these articles actually do say that too. So a massive march organized by far-right activists. Tommy became unruly Saturday as a small group of his supporters clashed with police who were separating them from counter-protesters. Several officers were punched, kicked, and struck by bottles tossed by people at the fringes of the Unite the Kingdom rally, the police said. So, those people, do they face 14 years in jail and a criminal record? Reinforcements with helmets and riot shields were deployed to support the 1,000 plus officers on duty. We continue to see significant aggression directed at officers by United Kingdom protesters, police posted on Twitter. At least, 9 people were arrested. Wow. It's if only they were carrying a placard that said support Palestine action. Seen a lot more arrests. Please indicate there may be others identified and so on and so forth. I don't know if there was more from this article I wanted to get to because there's this article. Dozens of officers injured as up to 150,000 joined the Tommy Robinson rally. So 26 officers have been injured while policing protesters organized by far-right. That tensions flared up, and we got that. So 25 people. So now this one initially said 25 people have been arrested for a range of offenses on what described as wholly unacceptable violence, but revised that number to 24 on Sunday. So more people were arrested. Look at a whole 24. Let's see. Assistant Commissioner. Assistant Commissioner Twist said officers had suffered broken teeth, concussions on prolapsed disc, and a head injury and possible broken nose. The arrests were just the start, he added, as Met vowed to identify those involved in disorder. So are you going to be testing all the poop on the streets? See who the poop belongs to? Home Secretary condemned those who've attacked and injured police officers. Anyone taking part in criminal activity will face full force of the law. I'm sure. Pictures. I'm just trying to see. There was other stuff that I wanted to point out in this before we move on. Might be in the next article. There was something like 5,000 5,000 people not protesting the protest. There's a word for it. Was it in this article? Oh. Counter-protest, that's the word that I was looking for. Yeah, okay, here we go. So tech billionaire Elon Musk spoke to protesters on Whitehall via video link while 5,000 people joined a nearby counter-protest organized by Stand Up to Racism. So those 5,000 people are fucking brave. Wow. To be there when there's 150,000 people who probably not the greatest of people. That is a brave group of 5,000. And yes, Elon Musk was speaking at this. I haven't actually seen the video of him speaking. I was looking for it, but I haven't been able to see it. And just some video footage of just to get a scope of how many people that is. So this wasn't the largest rally. There was a pro-Palestinian one that happened in 2024, I believe, that had like 300,000 people at it, but still, the scale of this is just Terrifying. So, making a surprise appearance via video link, Musk spoke about massive uncontrolled migration. Says the person who is an immigrant to the United States, and called for a change in government in the UK. Says the person who doesn't live in the UK. Something's got to be done, Musk said as he was interviewed by Robinson. There's got to be a dissolution of Parliament and a new vote held. TV presenter Katie Hopkins also spoke on stage after earlier appearing alongside Robinson, former actor Lawrence Fox, and TV personality. I don't care about those people. Well, again, I think a lot of this was stoked because of Charlie Kirk being killed earlier this week, and people using that as a rallying cry because Fox News was reporting on it as well, saying Charlie Kirk honored as generation's greatest at massive London rally where Musk condemns the left. I'm not going to read this article because, quite honestly, it makes me very sick. Just the way, again, that they like to praise Charlie Kirk. Organizers played a heartwarming tribute video of Kirk that included a viral clip of him giving life advice to a 13-year-old girl at Turning Point USA event. Was that life advice to not get raped because she would be forced to carry that child if she were impregnated? Is that the heartwarming advice he was giving her? That she should just stay in the kitchen at home, learn how to cook good? Is that the advice? That her only role in life was to be a mother and nothing else? The rally was organized by Tommy Robinson, who said the video was shown and thanked the honor life of generation's greatest. Elon Musk also appeared in the video link. You see how much violence there is on the left, with our friend Charlie Kirk getting murdered in cold blood this week and people on the left celebrating it openly, Musk said. Sure, there were people on the left probably celebrating this on Twitter. But most of us who do political commentary, I would say almost all of us who do like actual political commentary, we're not celebrating this because we advocate for nonviolence. We're against all violence. Assassinations are violence. And I might be doing a video about Charlie Kirk later on. I don't have it in me to deal with this right now, so. But on a more local scale, getting back to a super chat that was sent my way. It was happening here in Canada. Canada First rally clashes in Toronto. So, counter-protesters in Canada First rally. So, did we have 150,000 people show up in Of course not. I've talked about it before, but we have a very hard time gathering large numbers like that in a country like Canada because of how spread out and thin in the lack of population density that we have in this country. So, to get rallies that big, it's hard to come by. But the rally that happened here at Christie Pitts Park, very different outcome than what was happening in London, and made me feel a little bit better about being Canadian.
Good evening. Highly charged and at times violent protests took over the streets of Canada's largest city today. Anti-immigration demonstrators in Toronto clashing with counter-protesters. Heavily armed police stepping in and arresting at least 10 people. CTV's Scott Lightfoot has the dramatic confrontations.
I think he was assaulting us with his singing because, wow, that hurt my ears.
Carrying the flag, they marched through the streets of Canada's most multicultural city, voicing their opinions on immigration policy in this country.
I'm not saying no to immigrants. I say we need to slow it down. We need to be more I guess, careful about who we bring into this country.
First of all, the Liberal government is slowing it down. Also, Canada is one of the hardest countries to immigrate to. Just saying. We're already there. We're already doing exactly what he wants.
Joanna Jar is the founder of the Canada First movement.
Our duty is to uphold our history, protect our culture and identity. This is why we're here today.
Today, he organized a rally that began in...
See, it's very Canadian to, instead of using a normal stick, you use a hockey stick. You use a hockey stick to put the flag on.
A rally that began in Christie Pitts on the same day as similar rallies in other cities around the world, inviting like-minded Canadians to stand up for their beliefs.
When my parents came here in 1954, they assimilated. We're Catholic, but we don't wear it on our sleeve.
Also,
it's not necessarily a good thing. Like, everyone has to get along, but the idea that you should be forced to give up your culture completely, you know, just make sure that what you do here is lawful, but...
In the same park, a larger and louder protest against the Canada First rally.
Let's back up a bit.
We're Catholic, but we don't wear it on our sleeve.
Also in the same park, a larger and louder protest against the Canada First rally.
So here, the counter-protesters greatly outnumbered the racist protesters.
Not in our park, not in our community. You're not spreading that kind of racism and division in our neighborhoods.
For some, the chosen site where a riot involving anti-Jewish sentiment occurred in 1933 was enough to draw them out to protest.
I want to keep the fascists down. They're everywhere now. They were more powerful in the 30s. I don't want them to get that powerful again.
The counter-protesters encircled the Canada First rally, Toronto police forming a barrier between the two groups. And when the Canada First rally took to the streets, it only took a few steps before the skirmishes began. Police ended up closing Bloor Street for a period of time. Tactical officers with riot weapons moved in. Although the crowd dispersed without issue, many rejoined the march, which made its way along Bloor before heading south. Protesters shouting down the marchers all the way along the route.
That is good. And here, somebody just saying Nazi scum off our streets. Far left counter-protesters shout down Canada First rally attendees as Nazis in downtown Toronto.
Lick his boot! Put his whole boot in your mouth!
Lick his boot, put his whole boot in your mouth. How many licks till the sole of the foot? These protesters who are anti-immigration now.
Nazi scum off our streets! Nazi scum off our streets! Nazi scum off our streets! Bro, you're hiding behind our streets! You're hiding behind the
But considering that the protesters, the anti-immigration protesters, decided to go to the most multicultural city in probably Canada, not a bright move on their part. So more news about that. Toronto police arrest 10 people at Christie Pitts Park, Christie Pitts during dueling rallies. I've covered, so there was reference to the riot that happened in 1933. I've covered it before. But people can Google it. It's actually a fascinating part of Canadian history. The riot that happened between a clash of like Nazis and Jewish people and all the people who came out to support sides and stuff like that. And how big that, it was like a big mass fight, like just broke out. It was, again, it's part of Canadian history that we don't tend to know unless you know to look for it. So Toronto police say they arrested 10 people at Christie Pitts Park, where a large anti-immigration rally and counter-demonstration took place Saturday afternoon. Police said one man was arrested for assault at an ongoing demonstration on the Bloor Street. Okay, I don't care about that. Attendees gathered at the Toronto Park Saturday afternoon. A rally dubbed the Canada First Patriot Rally in an Instagram for stop to mass migration. Well, you know what? Goal achieved, because that's not happening here. Mass migration is not happening in Canada. So, this is a time for true Canadian patriots to stand together. Our country is changing fast and not for the better. If we don't fight for what we have, we will lose it, the post-description reads. This country is deteriorating, but it has nothing to do with the immigrants. It has everything to do with policy and the fact that the government is using immigrants as scapegoats, as is the case in the UK as well. Funny how our governments all seem to have that in common. So Canada First Rally attendee Dan Shear said he showed up to stand up for the country. We all live here. Just be peaceful, be happy, get a job, go to work, right? Blend in. He said, if you live in a beautiful country, take care of it and be happy. Immigrants tend to do a better job of that than the people who live here. I'm just saying. Just saying. Attendee Michael, I don't know how to say his name, who is currently a student, said he feels a majority of what's taught about Canada history is evil. Well, you see, when your country was created through genocide, one would think you might label that as bad. Canada is so amazing. And this is where I really have to start laughing. We have transportation systems. We have amazing buildings. We have all these amazing innovations. I'm sorry, but have you not traveled outside of Canada? How exactly do we have amazing transportation systems in Canada? We don't even have a single high-speed rail. Have you not been to Asia? Have you not seen their infrastructure, their buildings, their high-speed rail? We're pretty much in the Stone Age over here. One high-speed rail line that's not even terribly long, that stretches from like London to Montreal, could serve half the population of the country. Where is this transportation system that is worthy of global accolade that you're talking about? Is it the soon-to-be tunnel under the 401? Is that what you're talking about? We have amazing buildings, really? Our architecture sucks. It has for a while. The buildings are bland. They're not that interesting. Are you just talking about the CN Tower and that's it? Like, what? What amazing buildings are you talking about? They're okay. Some places have nice buildings, but you know, I look at the old quarters in Europe. Those are some fucking nice buildings. We have all these amazing innovations. Maple syrup? Is that poutine? But then he says, but at the same time, there seems to be a proliferation of this idea that you should hate Canada for its history, which doesn't seem right to me. Well, you see, here's the thing. We're not saying you should hate Canada. You should acknowledge it. You should acknowledge what this country has done. You can't address the problems of this country until you acknowledge them. And so nobody is saying you should hate Canada, but you need to acknowledge that Canada exists because of genocide. And that it's ongoing. And that it's still a settler colonial state that, you know, harms the most vulnerable people, harms people with disabilities. It's not a great country for everyone. It depends on where you are. It's a sliding scale. For the people at the top, yeah, this country is fucking amazing. For the people at the bottom, not so much. Not so much. So this person, Tang, who says who is Malaysian Chinese immigrant himself, says he felt welcomed at the Canada First rally. Yes, of course, because, you know, they all want their tokens available. There's a huge sign saying white supremacy. I'm not even white. I spoke to a lot of white people here and they were super welcoming to me. I'm sure wolves would be very welcoming to a sheep walking into their pack. If you, for whatever reason, are somebody who wants to protect our country or fight for rights of the people, you're somehow a kind of supremacist, which makes no sense to me. The two don't equate. You see, the people that you think are so welcoming to you want you gone. Want you gone. And again, it just kind of blows my mind. Malaysian Chinese immigrant. I'm sorry, but I've seen footage of architecture and buildings and transportation systems in China. How does Canada compare? Exactly. Exactly. Like, really? Really? The part that I wanted to get to in that article. And then here from Toronto Today, anti-immigration protests chased out of Christie Pitts Park. So that by the time the rally organized, a group called Canada First in the days leading up. Okay. Toronto Today estimates there were several thousand counter-protesters at the park on Saturday afternoon, outnumbering Canada First protesters at least 10-1. Yes, because a crowd of about 100 assembled for Canada First, but yeah, 10-1. Catherine Crockett, a counter-protester, said she was thrilled the Canada First demonstrators were chased off by down Bloor Street. I feel like we've achieved victory, she said. Crockett said she hoped this show of support for immigration in Canada will make others reconsider similar demonstrations in the future. That's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. And yeah, all the people that attended the rally who are anti-immigrant are all mimicking and mirroring the same language as the people in the UK rally, as the people in the United States, so on and so forth. So here in Canada, we have it pretty good for now, because our conservative government here, Carney government introducing bill to protect people entering religious cultural buildings. Source says legislation could be tabled as early as Tuesday. We're talking about bubble laws. Yeah. And so here's the thing, a bubble law can't be, it's not an either or, it's not good or bad. It depends on how it's used. And the only reason why the government is trying to push this through right now is because they don't want people protesting at synagogues when those synagogues are having real estate auctions of stolen Palestinian land. That's it. That's it. Because Zionists like to use synagogues and then say that they're being attacked because of their religion, when they're actually auctioning off stolen land. Conservative Prime Minister Mark Carney's government is expected to introduce legislation as early as Tuesday to crack down on people willfully intimidating and obstructing individuals entering places of worship, cultural community centers, and schools, CBC News has learned. A source with knowledge of the government's plan says Ottawa will propose 3 new offenses under Canada's criminal code, including creating a new hate crime offense. Carney promised during his election campaign to respond to what he's called a horrifying rise in hate, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. He signaled to his caucus this week charges were coming. Now, hate crime has been on the rise, and it is absolutely horrific, and sincere hate crime needs to be addressed, but that's not why he's doing this. And the language is very vague, and it's vague on purpose. All Canadians must be able to get up, go to work, go to the church, temple, mosque, community center, and then come home, sleep soundly at night, Carney told his MPs in Edmonton. And when our laws repeatedly fail to protect those basic rights, we need new laws. This fall, we will deliver them. So, the Liberals are facing criticism from the Conservatives that the government isn't taking anti-Semitism seriously, and it isn't tough enough on crime. You notice how the Conservatisms just say anti-Semitism as opposed to all forms of hate? Again, this law won't be used proportionately. Well, it'll be used disproportionately for some people rather than others. I'm sure you can figure out which is which. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has called for stronger hate crime laws and for the deportation of non-Canadians spreading hate in this country. Well, you know, the thing is that we do already have laws against hate speech. So if somebody is violating that, then they'll already face consequences. You don't need to make a new law to do what the law is already doing. The Liberal legislation next week expected to propose. Okay, where is it? I wanted to get to. Here we go. The language. Justice Minister and Attorney General Sean Fraser said the federal government doesn't have the jurisdiction to prevent people from being in a particular place, but can take other action, criminalizing morally culpable behavior that may take place in proximity to those institutions or elsewhere is something that we do have the authority to move forward with, Fraser told reporters. So who gets to define what morally culpable behavior is? And do you think that would be evenly applied? They leave the language vague on purpose so that they can apply it the way that they want. And so people protesting the sale of stolen land at synagogue, well, they'll be doing something that's morally culpable. But, you know, people, and really, like, that's the thing, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what kind of protests and rallies are happening outside of mosques? Like, mosques are being targeted for hate crime, no doubt about it, but what kind of rallies are happening outside of them? Like, I cover the news. I can't think of any. And really, the only time that I see rallies and protests happening outside of synagogues is when they're selling stolen land. That's the only time. So why is this law needed exactly? Separate offense for hate crimes. Yeah, we know that. Let's get back to the main shot and close all of those tabs. So hopefully my computer will stop breathing heavy and make me all nervous. Tabs. Okay, let's check the SandBox. How am I doing for time? I'm only at 2.5 hours. I'm burned out. I need to do other things after this that aren't politics. Okay. Let's see what people are saying in the SandBox. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Hello, George Waters. Welcome to the SandBox. Oh, yeah. I got Vicky Clee, no one, non-UK, no who I mean there. Okay. I don't know what this is in the context of. The Wild West, huh? I thought the UK had freedom of expression like us. Huh. Only when they make laws that say no. Hello, Orb Rumor. Let's see. Trying to see if I know the context of some comments. Vicky Clee, although these people have been arrested under these powers, I have difficulty believing that judges, juries will actually enforce max sentences as they also see it. It's dumb. Yeah. So the possibility is that they could be arrested for 14 years, but I would have a hard time believing that most people who are nonpartisan, who actually believe in justice and stuff, would be sitting there like, yeah, we're going to send all these people to prison for 14 years. It's just the fact that there is a possibility in the first place is disturbing. And then, you know, in the States, yeah, that could absolutely happen because their courts are far more partisan. And so all you need is one right-wing judge to be like, yep, they all get 14 years. So even though it's unlikely, the threat is still there. And that threat has its own, oh, what's the word? The threat of it, oh, there's a word in my head for it. Not minimize, not dismisses, not subdues, but makes people a little bit more nervous about participating. The threat of it alone. There's a word for it. Kind of like subdues people's need to or interest of getting involved. It's not subdue. It's a different word. The threat of it. Not smother. Darn it. Hopefully by the time I get down in the SandBox, you guys will be able to tell me what my word is. Hello, Pup Tetris. Vicky Klee, one of the protesters on camera, called for the unaliving of Starmer. Talking about the anti-immigration rally in the UK, yeah. Like, at rallies in the United States, there are people, like right-wingers with guns, that have actually shot them off, and the police do nothing. Like, the police don't enforce the law evenly. And it's wild what right-wingers can get away with in their rallies and protests versus, you know, people on the left who sit down peacefully with a sign. Killskin 7, the people in power can only stay in power by suppressing those who seek change. It's very true. They don't want change. They're not going to change out of the goodness of their heart, the people in power, because the power system benefits them. They won't change until they're forced to. Or a perfumer, I can never poop in public. You know, that face your dog makes when sees you seeing him poop, that would be my face, half sorrel, half embarrassment. Yeah, that's like, I have a shy bladder. I don't even like going pee if somebody can hear me in the washroom. Like, at least they should take around those little poop bags that, you know, people take around for their dogs. Looney Tunes 9000, what newscasters in mainstream media need to do is shut the fuck up and don't spread hate. That would be helpful. La Gala DeVille, cats always look at you smug whilst they're using the litter tray. Yeah, I'm stinking up the place and you're gonna like it, sucker. You know it's bad when they take a poop, but then they run. They just like tear out the litter into another room. It's like, hello, Ethan. It's the same last name. Yeah, the Robinsons. Grand Theft Autobot. Yeah, Sandy. Tyler Robinson and Tommy Robinson. Right. Okay. Because I was thinking they're awfully similar names with the T's, and I was almost thinking, is one like Tom and the other Tommy? Tyler and Tommy, yeah. Rachel Atwood, what veterans? Probably referring to the guy saying, the veterans fought for this country. Uh-huh. Yeah, they fought for the country to be free. I think that was the point, to fight against fascism. Let's see. And of course, there was footage of some of these right-wingers in the UK stopping to get like ethnic food at a stand before they went there or something. Like, I'm sorry, you can't just live off of fish and chips. And there's more to a palate than that. And I like trying new food and interesting food, and I like seeing different cultures and outfits and expressions and finding out what people are like. I like exploring the world. The Wild West. Immigration laws doesn't apply to billionaires. Yep. Gilskin 7, Canada is supposed to be the most multicultural country, right? I think Brazil is actually one of the most multicultural countries. We're up there. We're up there. The Wild West, Toronto represent. Yeah. Those type of things don't usually happen around here, or at least if they do, I don't hear about them until after the fact. Unfortunately, I do need to hear about them ahead of time. I can't just hear about it and head out because, you know, mental health issues. I have to mentally prepare for that sort of thing. I can't just run out and participate. I have to prep myself mentally. The Wild West, my architecture rocks, but I'm in Quebec. Yes, Quebec does have, like, there are pockets of nice architecture, but, you know, cookie cutter suburbs, the new high rises that are going up. Like in my area, there's some really, really old buildings too that are nice. In suburbs that were made before the cookie cutter stuff with like unique houses and stuff that are nice. But like overall, you know, it's not comparable to a lot of places around the world. But yes, there's definitely some nice places in Quebec. It's been a while since I've been to Quebec. It'd be nice to go back sometime. And same with Ottawa. When I was traveling up to Ottawa a couple times, the architecture there can be nice. But you know, what's nice about Toronto's architecture? It's big, but it's not, it looks like glass towers, you know? So Life Canada slavery history is up there. The same is true for natives. Outside of school above a certain ago, there be hundreds of buried bodies. a certain age old. There are hundreds of berry pies, yeah. This country has a very dark past that needs to be acknowledged. Mm. It jumped down. Where was I? Where was I? Oh, there it was. Okay, people talking about food. Groove Dragon, welcome to the SandBox. Dissuades, I think was the word I was looking for, Kilkid7. Discourages also. Suppress also. I think all of those were like the words I was more or less looking for. Although I'm leaning more towards suppress. That the threat of it suppresses people from going out in the first place. Talking kitty cats. I'm almost near the bottom. Okay. Hello, Paige Larson. Welcome to the SandBox. Okay, I have 2 more dockets to go through. Neither of them are actually terribly long, which is nice. So we have this one, provincial, and this one is federal. Yeah, I think this is in the right order that I wanted. Just check up here. Yeah, there's a couple like little one-off stories and stuff added into this that just like, I'm going to make a note of it. So, back to the dockets, the news. So here in Canada, we have issues with mainstream media, just like in the UK, just like in the US, where there's a lot of biased coverage. And the thing is that I tend to like global news. I reference them a lot. You know, Colin DeMello, I like his reporting a lot. And it's just depressing when you see outlets and mainstream media where you have a little bit of hope for do really stupid things that make you think, no, bad move. Like this. This is from Now Magazine. The media needs to be neutral. Global News taps Ben Mulroney as interim host of the West Block, sparking mixed reactions. A familiar face is about to temporarily host a popular Canadian political program, and a lot of people are not impressed. It was recently revealed Ben Mulroney, son of former Prime Minister Brian Mulroney, will be the temporary host of the West Block, a political affairs program on Global News, as permanent host, and Ottawa Bureau Chief Mercedes Stephenson is taking maternity leave. The only reason why Ben Mulroney has any relevance is because of his daddy. It's nepotism. He's not a bright individual, and he's actually quite a horrid, bigoted person, as we're about to get into. It's solely nepotism. He has no real qualifications. He has no real good insight. It is sheer nepotism. Like, why not actually hire somebody who can do the job well? The change was revealed via email from Global News and Chorus Entertainment, where the parent company of Global News, which was then posted to social media. According to the email, Mulroney will begin hosting duties on Sunday, September 14th, the premiere date for the 15th season of the West Block. He already hosts the Ben Mulroney Show on Chorus radio stations across the country and is well known for his overt 2 decades as a journalist on CTV, including as a former host of Your Morning and E-Talk. So this is who Global News is bringing on. Rachel Gilmore quote tweeting this, saying, "This is disturbing." So Jason Toney had tweeted this out. So a genocide denier, Mulroney has been key voice in vilifying Palestinians and their allies. He's unfit for journalism beyond the right-wing news entertainment slop he peddles now.
I will not engage in conversation with somebody who says the earth is flat, and I'm not going to engage in conversation with somebody who says that Israel is conducting a genocide. And if it is happening in any way, it is Hamas that is doing it.
Hamas is committing the genocide, not Israel. I'm sorry, if you were a genocide denier, that should be an instant disqualification. Because if you deny one genocide, you're probably denying the genocides that happened here too. Just saying, yeah. If you are denying what is very obviously what is happening, like, you could at least be more subtle and just not talk about it, like most reporters. But to flat out say it's not happening or that Hamas is responsible for it should be instantly disqualifying.
Hey, we've got Michael on the line. Hey, Michael, welcome to the show.
Hey, buddy. You seem a little bit worked up this morning.
Oh, I had a lot of coffee and it's Friday. It's been a long week.
Yeah, you know, some of the stuff that you're saying, I do kind of agree with, and some of it I don't.
Tell me. What do you disagree with?
People have a right to protest. So people have a right.
It's not writ large. You don't have an absolute right to protest. You don't.
Well, we don't live in Nazi Germany.
You're taking me to Nazi Germany by saying that after a year and a half of these protests, that I'm getting a little fed up.
Genocide taking place.
There's no genocide taking place.
There is a
Absolutely
genocide.
not. And we don't live on a flat Earth, and there is no genocide taking place.
Wants it in many countries aside for Canada. It's not just only Canada.
Listen, I won't. Listen, there is no proof that a genocide is taking place, and if it is happening in any way, it is Hamas that is doing it. So if you want to stand up for a terrorist state and terrorist
Hamas, what army? It's. And this is what he was saying on his show. And Global News thought, you know what? We should have him on one of our flagship shows. This genocide denier. We should just bring him over onto one of our flagship shows. Because there's nobody else qualified enough. Maybe somebody who doesn't already have their own show. Give somebody else a chance. Nope, it has to be this guy for some reason.
You go right ahead, but not on my show. Thank you very much. I mean, look, I will not engage in conversation with somebody who says the earth is flat, and I'm not going to engage in conversation with somebody who says that Israel is conducting a genocide. You want to do that somewhere else, you go right ahead. But this is called the Ben Mulroney Show, and I set the rules.
So will the West Bloc then never talk about the genocide Israel is conducting right now when Ben Mulroney is there as the host? Or was that the point and why they wanted him? Because it's not just Global News. Like, CBC has been really bad for, giving a platform to Zionists while not giving the same type of platform to Palestinians. And here's another example of it. Rachel Gilmore also pointing this out. Hey, CBC News, stop putting Dan Perry on air under the guise of him being some level-headed expert. This clip and the blatant pro-Israel bias it displays should be utterly disqualifying. They paid a considerable price, the Israelis have. It gets worse from there. So these are the people, the white men, that these news organizations like to prop up to relevance.
I suppose in a way it's just that. Israel wants Hamas to surrender. They've paid a considerable price, the Israelis have. Obviously, the cataclysm has been upon the people of Gaza. But Israel has, certainly suffered in this war. Almost 1,000 soldiers killed on top of the 1,200 people massacred by Hamas when Hamas started the war on October 7th, 2023.
Almost 1,000 soldiers killed in Gaza. What were they doing in Gaza?
All kinds of reputational damage, being accused of genocide and
Israel's reputation is getting damaged because they're committing a genocide and it's making them look bad. So, you know, they're suffering in this as well.
Purposely creating a famine, and all of that is very well known. They want it over, and they want Hamas to surrender. And if you think about it, how incredible is that Hamas refuses to surrender after what has happened?
You know, they tried to have talks earlier, and then the U.S. and Israel bombed them. In Qatar, they covered that earlier. Hamas is more than willing to go to the table and talk. It's just Israel keeps on bombing that table.
Happened in Gaza. I can hardly think of another government. Even the World War II, the Japanese and the Germans eventually surrendered. It sort of looks like Hamas is.
When did the Japanese surrender? What happened? You know, eventually they did, sure, yeah. But, what maybe accelerated that process? Huh. Nothing comes to mind.
Willing to go down fighting with, you know, and sacrifice the lives of every Palestinian. And that shows you the degree of fanaticism that we're dealing with.
More in federal news. I don't think we need to play the clip. It pretty much is broken down. Here's the Liberal Party just bragging about by supporting Canadian workers and industry, we're building a stronger Canada for everyone. And yes, as this person is pointing out, supporting Canadian workers, aren't you the one that forced Air Canada workers back to work? Yeah, they only care about certain workers. They don't care about all workers. They care about certain workers. And it's just, there's a point to this that I'm sure I'm going to remember what it was, but just how like insincere our government is and why people are just getting so fed up in politics and so fed up with what they're going to do, because they say one thing, they mean another, they do something that nobody asked. They blatantly serve, you know, corporations in the 1%. And yeah, people are getting fed up with it because here he is bragging about helping workers. So what kind of workers is he helping? Oh, right. Liberal insiders. That's the workers, because head of new majors projects office makes north of $577K. Office being set up to fast track approval for projects deemed in national interest. So that whole Bill C-5 that passed. Yeah, so somebody's going to be paid over $500,000 to head this, because I'm pretty sure that money couldn't be spent. Like, is this? I'm just thinking, like, what kind of fucking job do you need to have to do that's worth that much money? Like, is that needed? Is that representative of the amount of work that they have to actually put into this? Is this a merits thing? Is it that they're the only person in the entire world that is qualified to do this, and that's why they need to be paid that much? Really? Prime Minister Mark Carney has tapped Don Farrell, former CEO. Shocker! A former CEO and chair of the board of directors of Trans Mountain Corporation to run Calgary-based office? Wow! What are the chances? What? Huh? The Liberals have pledged to speed up approvals for major infrastructure projects deemed to be in the national interest of new offices meant to oversee that process. Yeah. And here, Mark Carney is again bragging about how well he's made it for everyone in this country. 6 months ago today, Canada's new government canceled the divisive consumer carbon tax, bringing down everyday costs and saving you money at the pump. Has anyone noticed that gas prices are down? Or are they just the same? Has food prices gone down? Has that happened? Is that a thing? Is life more affordable? Well, as this person points out, and something I'm feeling right now, 6 months ago, you took $840 out of my pocket by canceling the carbon tax rebate. You made life harder for my family. Costs have not come down. I'm not saving anything. I'm starving more than last year because you took away vital support from me and my permanently disabled, as a permanently disabled Canadian. So they love bragging about things that don't actually impact the public at large, but only certain groups within. And I just wanted to point out again why we're so frustrated with politics here in this country is because we have dumbass politicians like Pierre Poilievre that is trying to use everything as a political opportunity. And here he is breaking. CMHC, the Liberal government's housing agency, reports Toronto's housing starts have collapsed to lowest level since 1996. This after Carney promised to double home building. We need to axe the sales taxes and capital gains taxes and speed up permits to build faster. That's already happened. He did get rid of the capital gains. He passed Bill C5, which will speed up permits to build faster and affordable. But also, as Colin DeMello points out, CPC leader takes aim at Premier Doug Ford's housing starts. The issue, the lowest level since 1996 housing starts in Toronto, that's a Doug Ford thing. That's not a Mark Carney thing. But we have dumbass politicians that are trying to make mountains out of molehills, as you would say. Trying to make everything a partisan issue, but like partisan as in liberal versus conservative, even when it's not. This is a conservative versus conservative thing here. But Pierre is just so desperate to be relevant when, you know, the real conservative leader, Mark Carney, is doing everything that he claimed he wanted to do. He's usurping him as a leader. Be interesting to see where that leadership race, if he gets under review. But here, I'm behind this. Saw something like this in Wales. Well, now, some people here in Canada are also following suit. Thousands signed preliminary petition to make fibbing politicians pay a political price. Yes, please. Yes. A Toronto man wants to make honesty the best political policy by passing a bill that would hold members of parliament more accountable for telling lies. Could we please do this? Frederico Sanchez has initiated an electronic petition to the House of Commons proposing legislation that might make politicians think twice about being economical with the truth. Let's click on that. So it's still, I'm going to sign this later. I'm not going to sign it in front of everyone because, you know, personal information and whatnot, but the e-petition urges federal politicians to put forward a bill to address the issue of perceived and actual misinformation being presented by MPs to the public. The petition, which is working its way through the parliamentary process as misinformation is a growing threat to the democratic process and mechanism, is needed to verify MPs' public statements to maintain trust in Canada's governing body. Yes. So it's already received enough signatures to go to the House floor, but the more the better. I'm going to put the link in the SandBox. People who are Canadian, doesn't matter where you are in Canada, you can sign this. And then later in the article, some people's like, oh, well, it's hard to tell what is a lie and what is not. Okay, in some cases, maybe some is an oversight. Maybe it's black and white, or there's shades of gray. But we need this. We need this. Because somebody was saying, it's like, well, maybe we have to lie in the interest of the greater good. Really? Really? Yeah. This is something I have been saying for a long, long time, that the best thing for our politicians right now, especially during election campaigns, is simply make it so they cannot lie. Because right now, they're allowed to lie in their advertising and their promotion and their marketing, their stump speeches. They can just blatantly lie, and they do. Like, provable lies. So I am tossing this into the SandBox for people to sign. Killskin7 said already signed the petition. Yeah. I'm going to be signing it as soon as people aren't looking at me putting my private information into it. And I just wanted to point this out, too, because Mehdi Hassan was quote tweeting this. If only the useless Merrick Garland hadn't been AG for 4 years, we could have tried to do something similar here. Instead, we're stuck with Trump and MAGA and the assault on democracy and free speech and free elections. And he's quote tweeting the Financial Times, which is just saying Brazil's Supreme Court has voted to convict former President Jair Bolsonaro for plotting a coup d'etat, finding that the hard-right populist and Donald Trump allies sought to illegally remain in power after losing a 2022 election. And that actually kind of goes back to the petition about holding politicians accountable for lying. We need to start holding all of these people accountable for what they're doing. Because they keep on getting away with things, and it keeps on getting worse and worse and worse. And then you have Israel just flat out committing genocide. Because years ago, a reporter was assassinated, and none of the other governments did anything about it, which then let Israel know they could get away with that. And so then they start escalating and escalating and escalating. If people were really held accountable within the government for what happened on January 6th, we wouldn't have Trump in power right now. Like, if there was an actual show of accountability, if people were held accountable, government officials were held accountable for what happened in Iraq, Israel wouldn't be getting away with what they're doing right now. Because, you know, maybe the politicians would think twice about supporting a genocidal government if we were actually holding our politicians accountable. It's supposed to be, you know, equal distribution of the law. It's not how it's phrased, but you know what I mean. But it's not. The people in power always get away. But here's a couple little silly things added to the end of this docket. Start with this one. This one I just thought was funny, so I decided to put it in. So Lucas Sanders was just tweeting this out. Yikes, Nancy Mace erupts and starts screaming after Sarah Jacobs says many people in Congress receive gender-affirming care. And Mace just starts, how dare you?
How much time is left?
The gentlelady has 1.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I would just like to point out that I think it's very interesting that my colleague from South Carolina is so obsessed with the issue of trans people, using horrible slurs to talk about them when...
Yeah, Nancy Mace regularly uses the T slur.
And many people in this body have received gender-affirming care. Filler is gender-affirming care. Boob jobs is gender-affirming care. Botox is gender-affirming care. Lots of my colleagues have received gender-affirming care, and let me be clear, I think everyone should have access to the gender-affirming care that they need, and I think we should respect everybody in this country. With that, I yield back.
Ridiculous. You are absolutely ridiculous.
How dare you call me out like that?
Lady is not recognized. Order. The House will be in order. The gentlelady and the gentleman will suspend. The House will be in order.
How much time is left?
How dare you call me out like that? Ah! And this, I really like this. Tweeting this out. Pierre Poilievre is just so pathetic. So pathetic. He can't get over the fact that Justin Trudeau is no longer prime minister, because he knows with Mark Carney, he doesn't stand a chance, because Mark Carney's a conservative leader that the conservatives actually want, and Pierre Poilievre is just a pathetic little dweeb. But this was just kind of funny. He's... Look, man, you gotta get over your ex at some point.
He gets to represent cottage country, almost as beautiful up there as it is in Battle River Crowfoot. But it is great to have a shadow minister of housing who actually has success as a former mayor getting housing built by cutting the taxes and the development charges and the wait times so that building can happen. What a contrast with Justin Trudeau, with Mark Carney. Mark Carney's housing minister.
Get over it, dude. Justin Trudeau ain't coming back. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Got one more docket to do after this. It's not a terribly long docket, but before I do that, while I'm not on the screen, while my screen isn't on screen, I'm going to sign this petition. Sign petition. Before I forget and close all these. No, I am not in Quebec. Just double checking you guys aren't seeing what I'm putting in here. Okay, members of parliament. So members of parliament have been accused of making important public statements that are false and without evidence. Misinformation is a growing threat to proper functioning of well-being. So we, the undersigned Canadian citizens, call upon the House of Commons to propose a bill to address the issue of perceived and actual misinformation being presented by MPs to the public, provided that such a bill could be informed by details outlined in the white paper proposed by ICDR. I have signed the petition. Oh, I have to acknowledge the terms in use. Okay, now I've signed the petition. Close all those tabs. Okay, one more docket to go. But let's check the SandBox. Hey, I just closed all those tabs. You can stop breathing heavy. My computer's still mad at me. This Weds might have been the word too. Like Ella DeVille, yeah, problem with UK is we get introduced to new novelty food and then overdo it for a year, then it's ruined, and we revert back to our meat and potatoes. I do like meat and potatoes, don't get me wrong there, but a good falafel wrap is also nice every now and then. Let's see. No more Nepo babies. Yes. The Wild West. Oh yeah, e-talk. Yeah, entertainment talk. That used to be a thing once upon a time. Cindy Wilson. That's why Trudeau was prime minister, because of his daddy. Yep. And that's why Justin Trudeau would never take Indigenous issues seriously, because when his daddy was prime minister, there were still over 60 residential schools functioning. Let's see. Stuff about ducks going on. The Wild West. Mouse is down to 2 guys with a laptop. Yeah, pretty much. Killskin7, Carney has done practically nothing for the environment. Oh, he has made it worse. With Bill C5. You can just override environmental issues. Yep. And then his push for more AI, because AI is devastating to the environment. Paige Larson. Oh, so Carney just sounds like Trump. Not Trump. Keir Starmer. He is a Keir Starmer. He's the better looking twin brother of Keir Starmer. Better looking identical twin brother of Keir Starmer. Because I don't think he has fascist tendencies. I'm not worried about my ex-gender marker being taken away under Carney, but he's definitely done far more conservative agenda than most conservatives have. Hello, Bobby. Hello, Wanda M. But Carney is also very competent, smart, and charismatic. Things that Trump aren't. But Carney loves to bow down to Trump in every way whatsoever. His whole slogan running for the election was elbows up, but now in Canada, knee pads for elbows, because of how much he's capitulated to Donald Trump. The Wild West. Oh my God, this is triggering me. Understand the difference between provincial and federal, or SDFU, Pierre. Yeah. Hermatologist, about 10 cents cheaper now than before they cut the taxes going up. The thing with the gas prices is that they fluctuate all the time. And so going up or down 10 cents, that's a weekend sometimes. And the trend is always upwards to begin with. So it's... Killskin7. Oh, damn, that would be great. Won't pass, but would love it. The petition, yeah. We so need that petition. Like, we so need that law. We need it. Like Ella DeVille, not gonna lie, Pierre had a bit of a glow up. Oh yeah, he definitely did some work. Because Justin Trudeau, very physically attractive man, and Pierre Poilievre, not so much beforehand, but he's definitely gotten some work done to try to compete against that. Grand Theft Auto, remember when Canada government put out truth in advertising PSAs like the House Hippo? Heed your own advice, government. Yes. I featured the House Hippo recently on this space, but I've also featured it on my channel a while back. Oops, it jumped. Eek, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hermatologist, has he been to Battle River again since the election? I don't know. I don't know. But he still has to say it every now and then to acknowledge, so he doesn't mess up and say that he's the MP for Carleton. Because I don't even think he's moved there. Looney Tunes 9000s, computers don't breathe, Sandy. Yes, they do. That's why they have a fan, to make sure that the air goes through. And sometimes mine has a hard time with it. Grand Theft Autobot, Matt and potatoes can be good if seasoned properly. Well, let Matt know. Looney Tunes. P.S. Go back and watch my interview with Matt of the Letter Hack. I will. And, you know, they do say Matt the Snack sometimes, so maybe he's seasoned properly. I don't know. Whoops. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? The Wild West, he's not fascist, he just loves money. Yeah. CEO of a bank, loving money? Killskin7, I've already shared the petition out to 5 different servers. Good. Rachel Atwood, Carney is way more charismatic than Starmer. He projects calm confidence while Kira reeks of awkwardness and insecurity all the time. Let's see. Okay, let's get through this last docket. It's more provincially based stuff. So this is from The Breakdown. If you want to follow Albertan political news, this is the great account to follow, The Breakdown AB on Twitter. Meanwhile, in Alberta, people are literally asking municipalities to protect them from Danielle Smith's bigoted policies. So recently, as this article will say, you have to sign a waiver for your teenage daughter to participate on sports. A parent or guardian has to sign a waiver confirming that she was assigned female at birth in order for her to be able to participate on sports. Yeah, that's a thing. It is a thing. And it's not just trans folks that are finding this extremely humiliating and degrading, but also just normal people. So this here, it's on behalf of the gender and sexually diverse communities of Calgary, we hereby call upon the mayor and the city council to declare our community a queer rights sanctuary city within the jurisdiction of City of Calgary Municipality Authority. Rights transgender, two-spirit, non-binary, and all queer people will be upheld, limiting compliance with the province of Alberta's new policies and legislations regarding the 2S LGBTQIA community. Specifically, we call on City Council to restrict cooperation with actions taken by Premier Danielle Smith and the Albertan legislator that discriminates against queer Calgarians' charter rights and freedoms. These include, but are not limited to Bill 26, Health Bill 27, 29, and so-called book ban. We urge you to establish rules and policies that would allow queer life to continue as before the recent actions taken by the United Conservative Party, allow Calgarians to determine the rules of their sporting associations, give expert librarians the power to determine the collection of materials, keep medical decisions between our world-class medical professionals and parents, let teachers and students build safe and inclusive learning environments at a school. And basically, you know, all the stuff that Danielle Smith has taken away from them. But here's another article on it. So purely transphobic, and this is from CTV News. Teen athlete calls out provincially mandated form requiring confirmation of sex at birth.
Athletes in Alberta sign up to play school sports this fall. Girls are being given a provincially mandated form that requires them to confirm their sex at birth. One young athlete doesn't want to have to write down personal information and is concerned about wider implications. Connor Hogg has more.
14-year-old Natalie Elzinga was excited for volleyball tryouts at her St. Albert school. That is, until she was told something was preventing her from taking her shot.
I got pulled aside to a whole different gym saying that I had to sign this form or I wasn't allowed to try out and I wasn't allowed to step onto the court if this form was not signed.
Elzinga was given this form that follows the province's new Fairness and Safety in Sport Act. It requires women and girls and the parents of those under 18 to confirm they were born female in order to play competitive sports.
I'm not trans, I'm not queer in any way, shape, or form, but I know that this is terrifying for people who are.
St. Albert Public Schools says the forms are being distributed.
And that's what you call an ally.
distributed and collected by coaches when students try out for a team. It says the forms will be kept at school offices and not given to the province. Edmonton Public says it will do the same. Edmonton Catholic schools are using a digital form with access restricted to authorized administrators and office staff. Under the province's new rules, boys don't have to fill out these forms, a decision Elzinga's mom questions.
And that is why it's also very discriminatory. Because if girls have to, and boys don't have to, that's discrimination based on sex.
I don't care about trans athletes in sport. Otherwise, they would care about all trans athletes in sport. You know, they care about girls specifically and limiting what they can do.
The press secretary for the Minister of Tourism and Sport says it's the responsibility of sport organizations to verify requirements are met and to maintain personal information while following privacy legislation.
Yes, we need to maintain information like the vagina status of people.
The ministry says the act will make sport safe, accessible, and fair for all Albertans, and the province has no...
It's not safe or accessible for trans girls. It's not. So how is that for all Albertans when it's not safe or accessible for trans girls?
Plans for similar legislation for boys at this time. In the end, Elzinga decided to hand in the form, but not before crossing out the words fairness and safety.
I know that there's so many people on that court in my class who are not able to talk, and I just want them to be able to, again, feel safe, feel protected, like a child should.
Connor Hogg, CTV News, Edmonton.
Let's see. So I don't think I need to cover anything else in this article. So her mother had been to numerous volleyball games, tournaments over the last decade between her two daughters. It is my whole social life right now. I've talked to hundreds, if not thousands of parents. Never, not once has this issue come up, said Leah. Nobody is worried about this. Nobody is worried about girls playing with trans girls and getting hurt in unfair play. This was never an issue. So, more on schools. Back to Ontario. So Sam Hirsch had tweeted this out while Paul Calandra and Doug Ford continue to distract with their attack on school boards and school board trustees. This is what they are actually doing to the education system in Ontario, destroying it piece by piece and leaving children and students without any support. I'm going to be playing two videos that are close to the same thing but have slightly different information. So...
7-year-old Grace Garkowski has thrived in her high-needs classroom at St. Joseph Catholic School in Toronto's Leslieville neighborhood. She has Down syndrome and autism and critically relies on the support of her educational assistants.
She needs that kind of very specific direct attention, which I fear that she won't be able to get. She definitely won't be able to participate with her peers or go on class trips. There just simply won't be the staff to support that for her. So I have a lot of concerns about what her next school year will look like.
It is a concern echoed by dozens of parents who learned starting next year the school would be losing its learning disabilities classroom and 3 educational assistants, leaving just 4 EAs for the roughly 220 students at the school.
I was devastated, horribly disappointed because we stayed in this area to come to the school.
Like so many families, Rebecca Dorn specifically chose this school for her 10-year-old daughter with autism for its exceptional resources, support staff, and disability programming.
This school has attracted so many children with diverse needs, and it's become such a safe haven for them. I'm devastated that they're losing the support that keeps them here.
So a little bit more on this. Almost 20,000 Ontario students couldn't attend school last year because of lack of special needs education support. Ontario Autism tells us the situation will worsen without school trustees. It would be a devastating loss for the community. All students have a right to an education.
The numbers are staggering. Almost 20,000 Ontario students with disabilities couldn't attend school last year because of a lack of supports. The Ontario Autism Coalition tells us removing trustees will strip away yet another layer of critical support, worsening the already dire situation.
yes, all students have a right to an education, disability or not.
But not all students are getting it. We're told school exclusion rates are not improving under the Ford government, with 19,376 children and youth with disabilities missing out on school altogether last year, according to a new Ontario Autism Coalition survey.
Families are constantly having to advocate. It's exhausting.
One of the primary advocates for those families were school trustees. More than 100,000 families contacted a trustee for advocacy for their child last school year alone.
It doesn't feel like if we lost trustees that we could then go to the Ministry of Education with our issues. And that
Doug Ford absolutely does not care about people living with disabilities. He has just done everything he can to make our lives harder. And the fact that these children won't even be able to get a decent education anymore, that he's going to take that away because he's completely underfunding the schools, because yes, he does want to privatize them. And so what does that mean for the children with disabilities? If school systems become privatized, does that leave any room for them? Or do the parents have to pay an extraordinary amount just for their child to receive, a decent education?
They would be hurt. So it would be a devastating loss for our community.
Blaming financial mismanagement, the education minister has already stripped trustees of their powers at 5 of Ontario's largest school boards and threatened to eliminate them altogether by the end of the year. In the interim, he has replaced them with government-appointed supervisors with no background in education.
This is all pointing to disaster, right?
NDP leader Marit Stiles tells us this will only exacerbate the crisis in classrooms.
This is political theater. This is a government trying to distract from the fact that the responsibility for the state of our schools right now is with them and on their shoulders. And
resign. Sorry. It's just an impulse I have right now when I see her. The NDP needs to be taken over by somebody who actually cares about NDP values. She's next. You'll see why in a moment. Why I'm just like, she needs to do this. She needs to follow suit. You'll understand at the end of this docket what I'm getting at.
And frankly, the government has underfunded education to such an extent that many school boards can't afford to have the kind of support in schools that our kids need.
But Paul Calandra has argued it is the trustees taking money away from classrooms and using it for questionable expenses like coffees and late-night food orders. Is that justified that they're spending money in these other areas?
Look, I mean, there are very tight restrictions about what trustees can spend money on. I think the government is grasping at straws here. I mean, you may have a couple of people and a couple of examples out there, but at the end of the day, I mean, most trustees have no budget.
We called, emailed, and texted the education minister's office, but they didn't reply to our request for comment. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
Speaking of financial mismanagement, Paul Calandra. The minister who is taking away school trustees and taking over school boards because he's saying that they're not managing their money. Well, looks like he should be firing himself, because Education Minister Calandra's own reports shows he's billed taxpayers $23,000 for a community barbecue, $2,200 for strawberry pancakes, and over $5,700 for stays in Toronto hotels. Calandra lives in Markham, a 30-minute drive from Toronto. So here, press release. Minister Calandra spending thousands on Toronto hotels and pancakes. Those must be some pretty damn good pancakes. The Toronto and York Region Labour Council is drawing attention to Minister Paul Calandra's questionable expenses as he accuses various school trustees' mismanagement. Calandra's own expense report shows what I just quoted you guys. This week, Calandra's publicly criticized expenses in the Toronto Catholic District School Board Chair, Marcus whatever, for including a $15 milkshake. I don't need to... We all know the hypocrisy is there. We all know. But here, just want to point out, Colin DeMello saying, Premier Doug Ford's approval has climbed to 41%, according to Angus Reid's monthly tracking. Now, I hate polls, and I still hate these polls. But does it surprise me if his polling numbers would be going up right now? No, for the exact reason that Colin is saying. The public opinion firms attributes the rise to Ford's oft viral news conference, including pouring out a Crown Royal. Doug Ford is very, very good at performative stuff that makes him likable in the eyes of the people. They never care about his policy or anything of that sort. But he does this performative thing of dumping out a bottle of alcohol to get mad at a company for taking one of their factories out of Ontario. Meanwhile, everyone ignores all the beer stores he's been closing down, which hundreds of people have been losing jobs at. The people are so fucking gullible because they're so unplugged to politics, and it pisses me off to no end that people just fall for this over and over again. They see one sign picture of him, and it's like, oh, I guess he's not so bad, without looking around at your material needs and thinking, maybe this is because of his policies. Also, just wanted to point out how a lot of people love to say, ooh, crime is on the rise. No, it's not. This is the Toronto police saying it. But you'll still have like city councillors and politicians, Pierre Poilievre, saying crime is out of control and blaming immigrants for it primarily. But here's the Toronto police even stating it. We continue to see downward trend in violent crimes and gun violence. Compared to this time last year, shootings and firearm discharges are down 40% and homicides have dropped 51%, holding below the average since 2020. We thank our members for their continued commitment to making the city a safer for everyone. So the police are saying that these crimes are going down, but do you think you'll hear it from the politicians? Now, this next article I have up here, it's going to shock the hell out of everyone. I kind of agree with Doug Ford on this. And it's not something that I think a lot of people would think I would agree with Doug Ford on. Ooh, controversy time. Tax grab. Ford considers forcing cities to get rid of automated speed cameras. Now, I don't agree with the forcing of cities, but I do agree that a lot of the automated speed cameras need to go. Ontario Premier Doug Ford says he wants towns and cities using automated speed cameras to scrap them entirely, threatening he will help get rid of them very shortly if they don't comply. Speaking after an event in downtown Toronto on Tuesday morning, Ford said cameras that automatically clock speeding vehicles and send tickets to the address on their license are nothing more than attempts to make money. That is true. Where's the numbers? The numbers are in this article, I believe. So here, the city issued about 40 million in fines from automated speed cameras in 2024. So far this year, it is already up over 45 million, a spokesperson said in a statement. Now, the reason why I'm kind of against this is these cameras don't actually stop a lot of people from speeding. There's other ways to do it, definitely in school zones. I don't want people speeding and whatnot. But here what you're doing is punishing people very differently for doing the exact same thing. So we're not talking about people who are going like greatly over the speed limit. We're talking about people who are maybe going 8 kilometers, 12 kilometers over a speed limit in a city street, which, if you're going to be blunt, everyone does that. Everyone. That is normal driving. But what this does is disproportionately hurt people who live with poverty for doing the exact same thing as people who don't. It's a way of getting money out of people without actually solving a problem. But the way that the Liberal government and the NDP just jump on it, it's like, oh, he's threatening the safety of the people. And it's like, can you show me any concrete proof the streets have become safer because of these cameras? Because they're getting upset here in this article and stuff, because apparently people have been going around Toronto actually cutting down these cameras. I do not encourage anyone to go out and break the law. Nope, not at all. But this doesn't take into a lot of different considerations of who the person is, what the conditions were, all of these sorts of things. And so I'm kind of on his side that a lot of these cities should be getting rid of them. Keep them around school zones, have them very, big and noticeable, let people know that they're going into these zones. But quite often these cameras can be set up in areas and people not know. And then suddenly they're hit up with a speeding ticket for doing something that they've been doing for years and years and years. I'm not necessarily a fan of just blanket penalties on people without taking into considerations different people's incomes and just the different situations. Like, just prove to me that this has actually helped, and then I might reconsider. But right now, all I do is I see it as just a money grab for the cities. That's just another way to leech money out of people. And it's the people living with poverty that will be disproportionately hurt. Yeah, no, I kind of see that side. And another side that I'm going to see of, that I'm kind of in agreement with, even though a lot of people are thinking, oh, this guy is snooty snob. So this person here, so my wife sent me to the store for a quick shop to get these items. Cost $77. Even without the Tylenol and Advil, it would have been roughly $45 for milk, eggs, bread, cheese, and sponges. You can see why the average person family in Canada would have a hard time keeping up with bills if this measly grocery run was this expensive. Now people point out, oh, you got free-range eggs? How dare you? And you didn't get the most processed bread possible? How dare you? And look, there's milk in a jug. How dare you? Yeah, you got sourdough bread. So what? You got free-range eggs. Being able to meet dietary, like for ethic reasons, for dietary needs and stuff, shouldn't be a luxury. This amount of food here and stuff shouldn't be $77. And, you know, a lot of people are pointing out, oh, the painkillers and stuff. Well, yeah. It still shouldn't be up to $77. We shouldn't be paying that much for the painkillers either. Because the thing is that when you go to a grocery store, quite often you're not just buying groceries, you are buying other items. And I get very scared leaving the home these days because every time I go to a fucking store, it's like $100. Because, oh, well, it's also the cat litter and the cat food. And then I need Kleenex or toilet paper or something. And suddenly my bill is $100 for things that used to be nowhere near that cost 8 years ago. You know, it's not like my disability has kept up with it. If it wasn't for the tiny revenue that I get from this channel, I'd be in a deficit. Like, I'm not going to talk shit on him because of his choice in groceries. Because there's this idea that, well, it's your fault unless you're buying just the lowest quality food out there. If you don't like this expensive grocery thing, then it's your fault for not getting the absolute cheapest crap possible. And as somebody who lives with disabilities, I'm told that all the fucking time. Well, how dare you get a bag of cheesies with your groceries? No wonder it's so high. All the fucking time. I'm not a fan of shaming people for the type of groceries they get. And the fact that what you're seeing on the screen there with $77 is outrageous. It is. It just is. I don't care if it was the most premium of the premium cheese and eggs and milk. It shouldn't be that much. Now let's move on to a little bit of a good story, good news. Let's see, actually I'm going to switch the order, still good news. So, I was making some comments about, you know, Marit Stiles should resign, follow suit. Why is that? Well, this was breaking just before I was starting live stream. So, Colin DeMello reporting, new, Bonnie Crombie cancels planned post-results scrum with media after receiving a 57% endorsement from party delegates. While a constitutional win, it fell short of the 2/3 majority needed to claim a decisive victory. So Bonnie Crombie is the former leader of the Ontario NDP. She kept on as leader of the Ontario NDP after not winning her seat. She also didn't run in a by-election. So she's the leader of the Ontario NDP without a seat in the House, still getting the paycheck of the leader of the Ontario NDP without having a seat in the House. Well, there was a leadership review. She didn't do so well. So breaking, Bonnie Crombie is resigning as the leader of the Ontario Party. I've spoken to my family and my colleagues in the party executive. I wanted to be sure the party was ready to take on the significant challenge of putting on a leadership race and could draft a clear roadmap. Just the fact that you have doubts that the party is even capable of doing that says something. They've assured me that the party is ready, and I am confident they can handle that task. It's like, no, you can go. We're good. We can do this. Go on, scooch. Yeah, we can do this. We're good. We can have the go. Even though I received a majority of support from the delegates, I believe it's best decision for the Ontario Liberal Party to facilitate an orderly transition towards my leadership vote, blah, blah, blah. And this was the statement sent out by the Liberal Party to people who I guess have paid them, and so they get text messages. A message from the Liberal leader of Ontario. This weekend we had the largest AGM in history of our party. I could feel the energy everywhere in our... okay, well, actually, I don't care what this says. Just, she's gone. That's all I care. She's no longer going to be leader. So hopefully the NDP leadership review will come up and Marit Stiles steps down. And hopefully they get leaders that are different enough you can tell them apart. Because Bonnie Crombie and Marit Stiles, there was nothing to separate them. They were the same person with the same party. And the thing is that the Liberals have a chance to actually turn things around, because the Liberal Party isn't always necessarily bad, because case in point, the Liberal Party in New Brunswick. Access to free breakfast is rolling out for all students in every public school across New Brunswick. This year, kids in 160 additional schools can now start their day with a healthy meal. We're helping students show up and stay engaged and succeed. Better mornings, better learning for all. So far, Susan Holt, from what I've been seeing, is freaking great premier for New Brunswick. And she's Liberal. But, you know, Premier Eby is shit, and he's NDP. Actually, did I grab it? So Susan Holt, she's new, and she's already number 3 for popularity. And David Eby, who is, you know, NDP, is plummeting. This number's going to go down a lot more after his fucking message about Charlie Kirk. Wob Canoe. Sorry, if I make a video about Charlie Kirk, I'm definitely including the fact that Wob Canoe decided to say on camera how much of a loss it was. And lionize him. He hasn't said fuck all about the kids in Gaza, but he felt it necessary to say something about Charlie Kirk. Anyway, back to this good story. I'll have to mute this because they play music over it. And the music that they tend to put in these things tends to demonetize my entire live stream. So I can have a 5-hour-long live stream, but because I played a minute-long clip that has music on it, it's like, no, we're going to demonetize the whole thing. And so then I have to go and edit it. And so anybody who's watching the stream afterwards will see chunks taken out. But it is what it is. So at the heart of quality education is healthy start to every day. That's why we're offering a free breakfast to every student in every public school in New Brunswick. When students start their day with a healthy meal, we know they're more ready to concentrate, to learn, and they feel more energized. And this is really important because it's one of the most simple and powerful ways that we can support students in their academic achievements when their bellies are full. Now, the federal government has put through like a school lunch program that the Conservatives voted against. Keep that in mind. And so not all conservative provinces are on board with that and whatnot. So it's good to actually see them expand this so they can have breakfast and lunch at schools, which is just such a massive help to parents that are struggling with those fucking grocery prices we just saw. Their scores get better in literacy and numeracy, and it reduces absenteeism. And when we bring local food to the table, it's not only good for students, it's also good for the farmers and the New Brunswick economy, and the students get a taste of New Brunswick. Because when we nourish kids, we nourish our communities and our future. Better mornings, better learning, free breakfast for all. Coming to a public school near you. That's great. That's great. We need more of that. We need more of that. Close those dockets. I'm done with the dockets. I'm done with the dockets. Okay, let's check the SandBox. I haven't even been at this for 4 hours and I'm done. I'm exhausted. This week has been brutal. But let's check the SandBox. Okay, I remember seeing those. My poofy hair. I didn't do anything fancy with it. It's just all brushed out and poofy. Okay, I saw those. I saw those. The Wild West living in his head, rent free. Yeah. Okay, saw those. Saw that. Yes, please check out my Amazon wish list. Linked by Looney Tunes, but also in the description box below. Paige Larson, I said PP had TDS, Trudeau Derangement Syndrome. You see, I see TDS and I think Toronto District School, but then it's school board, so there should be a B at it, but still, that's what I see. Grand Theft Autobot, the only Canadian I hate more than Polyev is Dan fucking Smith. I don't even want to rank them because it all depends on what. Because Doug Ford, huh. The Wild West, of course the boys don't have to, no. Trans boys can play, that's not a problem. Looney Tunes 9000. What are politicians obsessed with the bits inside your pants? Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, they think biological men will somehow dominate in every woman's sport just 'cause, but it would pan out more like that episode of South Park where Cartman tried pretending to be handicapped thinking he would dominate the Special Olympics. He most certainly did not dominate. He came in dead last. Well, especially if teenagers are on the right hormones. Like, physically speaking, there's, other than sex organs, there's no difference between a trans teen and a cis teen if they're on the correct hormones. Like, there's no competitive edge whatsoever. And if they go through the proper puberty when they become an adult, again, there's basically no difference. Like, the only time you're going to see even a marginal difference is if the person wasn't able to transition as a teenager and had to transition as an adult, because then they already went through the puberty. So like a masculine puberty or something. But then after a few years on hormones, a trans woman's advantage is, you know, taken away to be within the margin of normalcy within athletics. And most trans women I know aren't stronger than me. And a lot of trans women weren't strong before transition because there's plenty of cis men out there that are not athletic, that are not strong. Like, just by default, being, you know, being cisgendered male doesn't make you naturally better at sports than girls. And especially when they start banning it from, like, oh, darts and poker and all these other things where physicality has almost no physicality, like strength and speed have nothing to do with it. Chess? Like, how does gender apply to chess? Jet, nobody should be paying that much for 6 fucking grocery store items. 7, yeah. Jet, how dare I buy soda with my food stamps? How dare I enjoy something less bland than water every once in a while? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just this idea that we're not allowed to have anything that brings you any joy, any sort of luxury, anything that is just good. Because if you have that while you're living with poverty, well, then you're there by choice. And there was actually, so the latest season of Daredevil, it got good in the last couple episodes because I think that's when they finally realized, oh, we should go back to the way it was. But even before then, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't as good as the first 3 seasons before, like when it was back on Netflix. And then Disney took over. But there was something relevant in one of the scenes where someone was going back to prison because he stole some Fruitios or something from the store. And he's like, you know, he's been eating out trash cans. He's been doing all this. And for once, he just wanted dessert. You just want to have something that tastes good. And I would love to go back to no factory farmed or processed meat. I can't afford that. Yeah, I can't. Grand Theft Auto, yeah, our last grocery delivery was like 10 items or like $200. Yeah, it's just, you look at 5 items in your cart and each one costs $20. Because, you know, I'm going to get toilet paper and I need to get Kleenex at my next grocery store run. I need to get cat food. And the cat food would be like $30. The Kleenex and toilet paper would be $20 each. Like, right there. Right there. You know? It's just, it's making it impossible to do anything. And I get anxious every time I go out because, oh, well, then I have to get gas or then I have to do this. And before I know it, I've spent $200 because I stepped outside my apartment. And so it makes me less likely to want to go out. But then I run into the problem of, okay, so if I have to go out, I'm going group things. So then I do things like, so then I have to do multiple trips to places, which then of course makes it more expensive, which makes it more less likely for me to go out, which, yeah, it's a cycle. Because I'm going out tomorrow, so I'm going to be like, well, since I'm going out tomorrow, I'll stop at the grocery store and pick up those things. And the thing I'm going out to tomorrow will cost money. And because God forbid I want to be social and actually go out and be around people. Yeah, it's at a restaurant, so it's going to cost me money. So what? I'm just supposed to not be social ever? Not go out and be around humans? Because some people at these events too will sometimes say, well, you can eat ahead of time and whatnot, but they don't know what it's like to be going to these events regularly and seeing people enjoy all this restaurant food and meals and stuff in front of you when you can't. They don't understand. They don't understand what that's like. And just the fact that since I don't go out to restaurants much, it's nice for me to actually get restaurant food because my cooking fucking sucks. And so it's nice to just have something that Tastes good. That isn't the same old routine of the few things that I do make. Like Gala DeVille, funny how all the Western countries going down the same path. I feel like it's always at least, I don't know if that's a pound or a euro. $40 Canadian if you do anything outside, no matter what you buy, including parking and transport. Pup Tetris, it's a good thing us trans folks get immediately hired and overpaid with lavish benefits without any effort, if you believe conservative rhetoric anyway. Never had to ration medicine or decide food. Yeah. That just reminded me that there were some articles. Where are they? There's a story I wanted to cover. I'm sure I've singled them out. Look. Did I cover this last week? No, this is recent. I remember this story now. Sorry, we're going to go back to this for a second. Because this just pissed me off. So Doug Ford famously said that people who are living on Ontario works should get off the couch and stop watching the Flintstones. And now he's telling youth, look harder. Doug Ford answers to young Canadians who can't find jobs. Yeah, you just go, you're not looking hard enough, says the person who is a Nepo baby, who inherited millions of dollars because of his family's labeling company and whatnot, and lifelong career politicians within his family and stuff. He was born rich. But youth, they're just not working hard enough to find jobs. They're not looking hard enough. Ontario Premier Doug Ford is under fire after dismissing concerns from young people struggling to find employment, telling them that they aren't looking hard enough, even as Statistics Canada reports a surge in joblessness across the province. Yeah. Like, there's many reasons for that. Like, one is the jobs that youth might go for, like working at a Tim Hortons or a restaurant. Okay, you can't afford to live in Toronto and have those jobs. So that keeps them out of that job market. And so then in the communities that they're in, there's fewer of those jobs available because everyone needs them. Like, it's just this idea that you should just go out there and work harder, look harder for jobs. No one will hire me. Like, if they demand I go out there and look for a job, nobody is going to hire me. I've tried to get work plenty of times. No one will hire me because I don't have a college diploma. I can't get past the screening, the automated screening when it comes to applying online. The only jobs I've gotten is because I knew someone. So all these youth trying to get jobs, Doug Ford has no idea how fucking hard it is to look for work right now. He's never had to look for a job before in his life. But all these youth, they're just not looking hard enough. The jobs just aren't there. They're not there. They're not accessible. They're not hiring, they want people at entry level with 10 years of experience. It just pisses me off when I see that. And meanwhile, we're struggling to get groceries and stuff of that sort. Don't you think we would like to have jobs that could cover that? Don't you think that if we could get jobs, that would make it so we don't have anxiety attacks every time we have to go to the grocery store? We would do that? The Wild West. Protect our children from nutritious food. Yeah. So life, I haven't gotten a raise in years, and Trump just increased my taxes by like $2,000 a year plus tariffs. Yeah. So life, I have about 2 years left on my job, and I'm terrified. Rachel Atwood, look harder, kind of like vote harder. Yeah. It's just they don't hire you unless they know who you are, and a lot of jobs that are advertised are fake advertisements. Like they already have somebody, they just legally have to put it out there and stuff, and online AI filtering out people before they even get to talk to someone and all that sort of stuff. Just want to make sure I've said thank you to everyone who has sent a super chat my way. I think so. 56 Nick Gridge, Nadia, Rachel, Kilskin. Thank you so much for all your support and super chats. Oh, there was no comments, I think, left. And no, got that. Got that. Got that. Okay, okay. I want to make sure that I respond to everyone who sends a super chat my way. So life, everyone retires in 2 years and the business is break even. I don't expect the operation to continue. I think they're going to try and bankruptcy in the railroads. That's new ownership. Like I had one job that was through a temp agency, and right when I was about to celebrate my 1 year at the company I was at, got pulled into HR and be like, so you're not doing anything wrong. We like what you're doing, but we're not allowed to keep a temp over a year. Then why don't you fucking hire me? The company was planning on automating what I was doing anyway, and so they didn't see the need to keep me on. Like Bill, I feel you a lot. Re-tariffs, we especially impose our own as a result of Brexit, so import fees galore from our closest European neighbors. Yeah. Oh. It's 10 o'clock. I'm tired. It's been a stressing week. Just the amount of psychic damage from all this Charlie Kirk stuff is really, it's taking a toll on me. It's absolutely taking a toll on me. So I'll see about clipping my live coverage from last Wednesday on this space. And then I'll see about putting together a video, not a live stream, about some of the fallout since, just so I get my thoughts out there. But just like even seeing, you know, the way Jank replies or responds to it and stuff, it makes me sick. It makes me so sick. Seeing how everyone's praising him and how he was such a great debater and so fair. And no, he was a piece of shit. Never wanted to see him get murdered, but he was a fucking piece of shit. And you can say, I don't want him to be murdered, and he was a piece of shit. You can say that. Two things can be true at the same time. Because everyone's like, oh, well, it was just his speech, his speech, and blah. No, no. He was a stochastic terrorist. He has made the life of vulnerable people in the States so much worse and unsafe and violent. He sent people up to January 6th. You know, he was responsible for a lot of the hatred being stoked there. And this idea that the left is the one full of hate. Charlie Kirk was so full of hatred. And he spewed it all the fucking time. So I'm not sad he is dead. I don't agree with how it happened. But you see, Soul Life, I get the joke. But I'm seeing it every fucking day. Because people are posting their compilations of some of the horrid shit Charlie has said. Some stuff I knew about, some stuff I didn't know about. And I'm seeing it every day. And seeing how much horrid shit he said. And yet he's still being so celebrated. And just the response of the right wing as soon as it happened, assuming it was somebody on the left. I think at the time I said that I thought it was politically motivated, like I was leaning towards that, but it didn't mean it was left wing. Because generally speaking, if you're on the left, you're not for violence. It's just, it's the way it goes, you know. It's we're against things like death penalty and assassinations. Not to mention, we tend to be the victims of it disproportionately. And there's some examples of it. Grave Dragon Kirk, I think it's worth it to have the cost, unfortunately, yeah. Some people have to die to keep the rights. You see, here's how you know the policies you advocate for are good. If all the policies I advocate for were to happen to me, I'd have a nice place to live, lots of groceries, no worries about that, no worries about my health care. I'd be able to do this job without worry because, you know, I'd have all my basic needs met. I'd be able to explore more in art and whatnot. That's what would happen if my policies were implemented towards me. But you see, the policies that Charlie Kirk was advocating for were implemented towards him. And he got exactly what he was advocating for. And so if you don't want to be the victim of the things that you are advocating for, then maybe that's an indication those things aren't worth advocating for. Because if I got everything I wanted, there would be world peace. You know, Palestine would be free. People with disabilities would have incomes here that actually were above the poverty line, and nobody who had a job would be below the poverty line, and we wouldn't be forced to work in horrendous conditions, and all of this stuff. You know? That's a big difference. The Wild West. Wow, thank you so much for the $20 snack fund. I really appreciate that. I lucked out last night though because I was coming home late I was doing a fundraiser. I actually did my first drag performance because I was arranging the fundraiser. I was one of the people arranging the fundraiser. And one of the drag performance backed out Friday because of strep throat. I'm like, oh, so I guess I'm doing a drag show. So I did my first drag show. I was coming home late and I stopped at a pizza place to get slices. And sometimes when you stop in late and they have a few slices left, they're like, yeah, we just want to get rid of them. So $2 each. I'm like, that's 3 days worth of food. But the fundraiser was also causing a lot of stress with just trying to get arranged because volunteer nonprofit groups are not necessarily the greatest at organizing. But I think it went well. It just would have been nice if I had any friends or family that could have gone and actually seen my performances. Because there were things that I put together for that monologue, a funny monologue about Canada burning down the White House, which is what I was going to be covering last Wednesday before all hell went loose. Yeah. So life actively making the state a worse place for his kids. Yeah. Well, at least his daughter doesn't have to grow up and be worried that, should she get raped as a child, that she'll be forced to carry the pregnancy, or at least less likely. Like, I have sympathy for his children, because losing a father at that age, before you can understand anything, especially, it's devastating, and at some point somebody's going to show them the footage, which is just horrid. Horrid, horrid. And they're only going to hear good things about their father. I don't have as much empathy for his wife because she chose to marry him, knowing exactly who he was. He started turning points when he was 18. But the United States is worse off because of him. Trans folks in particular are in more danger because of him. Queer folks. Definitely black and brown people. It was all made worse by him. The Wild West, 1812, never forget. It was the War of 1812, but the White House was burned down in 1814. I'll probably repeat my little monologue. It was a tongue-in-cheek monologue. Because we then had a spoof live auction afterwards. So we had a silent auction with like real things in it. But then we had a spoof live auction. So I gave the monologue of, Canada burning down the White House. And then it's like, and here are some items from the actual event. And somebody had a purple toga costume that they had. And it's like, these are the pajamas Dolly was wearing as she ran out of the White House. And I had a vase that I got from a secondhand store. And somebody filled it with like red, blue, and white candies and chocolates. And be like, and these are the tasty ashes of the White House. So there were just some fun tongue-in-cheek things to have a live auction for. That was a lot of fun. Like overall, considering we had no rehearsals or anything, the fundraiser went really well. And my drag show, I think, went really well. I used tap shoes. I don't know how to tap, but I have a pair of tap shoes. And so I did my show. Because, come on, if you hear Bare Naked Ladies song, If I Had $1 Million... do you not picture a tap dancer with that? Again, in DeVille, while his wife doesn't seem much better, birds of a feather, we always seem to give wives more credit and assumption because they're women. I haven't seen her speech on it. I've just heard some stuff. I'll probably watch it before I make a video about it. But I think what it is we tend to give the wives more credit because abuse is bad, even if the person receiving the abuse is bad. And I think that's pretty much it. It's not just because they're women. I think I seriously doubt it was a healthy relationship that they were in. And it doesn't, and just because she knew who he was going into it wouldn't mean she deserved any of it. But my empathy only goes so far, and I've had so much empathy for the children in Gaza and stuff. Like, people don't understand how these images stay with you. How you see them on Twitter, because there's no censoring on Twitter at first. And you see it and you watch it a few times over because you're having a hard time computing what it is. Like, your brain is just having a hard time understanding that you're seeing a human being burned alive. And you see it, but you don't understand what you're looking at for quite some time. And then even the footage of Charlie Kirk, like, you see it in loop a few times over because you don't quite understand. Your brain isn't quite understanding what you're seeing because it's so horrific. And we just weren't meant to see that sort of thing. But all these people that have suddenly all this empathy and compassion for Charlie, where the fuck was that? With all those people in Gaza. And the footage of that man holding up his headless baby. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. So I don't have much empathy for his wife. His children, absolutely. The Wild West, I remember the whole audience cheering when the White House blew up in Independence Day. Yeah. But not a real green dress, that's cruel. Yeah. And I had a stack of Canadian Tire money I was flinging out to the audience during it. And at the very end of it, when it says, and if I had $1 million, I'd be rich. And I said, well, not so much in today's economy. It's funny when that song came out, and it's like, with $1 million, buy a house, get Dijon ketchup, drive around in a limo for just $1 million. And it's like, there was a time you could do that? You mean you could buy a house under $1 million and still have like tons of money left over? What? Talking about the sequel to Independence Day. It wasn't a great story, but, you know, sometimes I just like the spectacle of, like, those natural disaster slasher flicks or, like, these ultimate destruction type things. I don't care so much about the story, I just like the spectacle of it. So I didn't find the sequel to Independence Day as horrible, so long as I completely unplugged my brain. Like, it's not a great story. It's not great acting. But visually, it's fun. It's the same as the Transformers movies. Like, they don't have a great story. They don't have great acting. But visually, it's fun. Rachel Atwood, I still haven't seen the Charlie Kirk snuff film. I don't recommend watching it. I was just looking up stuff to cover on the live stream, and it was just all over the place. And they automatically play when you go over them on Twitter. And the thing is now if I were to look it up, it'd probably be age restricted, I would hope. So I wouldn't be able to see it, but Twitter is so broken, it doesn't filter out that sort of adult content ahead of time, necessarily. That graphic content. Because I've made a point of it a couple times. Like, here are some books that are banned that are now age restricted on Twitter. But I could see it originally because it was taking the AI on Twitter a long time to catch up. So I would imagine most of those snuff videos of Charlie right now are age restricted on Twitter. And since I don't have my age on Twitter, they'll be blocked for me. But when it was first happening, that wasn't the case. But let's just say the movies, no matter how violent they are, tend to sanitize what it really looks like. And then if people have actual empathy and stuff, then they'd start to imagine that's what children go through at the school shootings. The Wild West. Laughing at the $1 million, not the wife abuse. Get it. So life. Dijon ketchup? Huh? We wouldn't have to eat Kraft dinner, but we would eat Kraft dinner. We would just eat more Kraft dinner. And we get like all the fancy ketchups, like, ooh, Dijon ketchup. Mmm. If you don't know the Bare Naked Ladies, they are a Canadian band icon. Have some really fun pop songs. But we would eat Kraft dinner. We'd just eat more. Mm-hmm. I'd buy you a monkey. Haven't you always wanted a monkey? And if I had $1 million, I'd buy your love. If I had $1 million, we wouldn't have to walk to a store. If I had $1 million, we'd take a limousine 'cause it costs more. If I had $1 million, I'd be rich. Well, not so much in today's economy. Brent Spiner, but his character like died had they yeah. I'm not going to give you spoilers for Independence 2. It was stupid. Let's just put it that way. It was stupid. The story was stupid, but visually it was fun. Sing it, yeah. I could also comfortably live off of $1 million for a while of Wild West. So life, you can buy a limo for $4,000 on Facebook Marketplace and then pay $4,000 a month for gas. Come here. Hey, Lanier. This cat and I have been having issues lately. He has some behavioral issues. Constantly chewing and eating things he's not supposed to. Destroying things. I was hoping he would grow out of it, but he's over 2 years old now. The Wild West, I knew someone who owned a Hearst. Come here, sweetie. The Wild West, he's orange. It's their nature, yeah. It's just he's damaged a lot of things that I just can't replace, and it's preferred stimming items too, because he's gotten into like rubber things. Like, I don't care that he chewed off the end of this pet brush, other than it's not good for his digestive system, but the push pop mats that I have, he's chewed off the corners to that, even though I've tried to hide it and douse it with bitter spray and stuff like that, and he would find them and unbury them and chew off the corners, which means they're not symmetrical anymore, which doesn't work well for my autism. Damaged my camel drawing, the original camel drawing. Just seems to be something new every day that he's like, oh, how can I piss her off? You see, Soul Life, the problem is I don't know what he's going to chew next. I can't douse everything in my apartment with some sort of hot pepper oil or anything. It's just things that he never took interest in before, suddenly he'll start chewing. I do not physically abuse my cats, Looney Tune. He gets along with Frodo, and that's the important thing. Him and Frodo play. And Frodo wanted siblings before he passes away, and luckily he gets along with them, so. Rachel Atwood, my creamsicle cat loves the sound of his own voice. I don't know creamsicle cat. Yes, he is purring Looney Tunes. Oh. And at least he's normal cat size, this one. Abernathy is just a big chunker right now. So he can sit on my lap, but not for too long before it starts hurting, depending on how I'm sitting. Anyway, I think I'm done talking. Yeah, so I guess I'm on this space on Wednesday, so you can check me out there. I'll see about clipping, like I said, I'll see about clipping my live reaction to Charlie Kirk and then doing a follow-up video. It won't be a live video, but just some things that I want to touch on in the Fallout sense and post that as a video, but I'll see. I'm busy the next couple evenings, so we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, take it from there. So thank you, Pawn Jumpers, for staying up this late. Thank you, people, for just hanging in the sandbox. Thank you for the super chats today, the very generous super chats. Creamsicle, orange and white. Yeah, this one's just orange. Thank you to all the people who've been members and patrons and purchased things off my wish list. Please buy my book if you haven't. And if you just want to support me, you can buy my book. I didn't sell any in August, so it'd be nice to sell more this month than last month. He loves putting his butt up in the air. Yeah. And, yeah, everyone stay safe. Try to log off if you can. Don't chew on. Go. He used to be Abernathy, but he's not so bad anymore. But this cat, just, Anyway. Yeah. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Super appreciate it. Hopefully my next live stream I'll be in a little bit of a better mood. Oh yeah, I do this, don't I? But you guys all know this. You all know this. You know this. And hopefully I'll be able to work on my TYT video a bit more. I'm a little bit... I'm going to have to rethink how I do a certain part talking about Charlie Kirk. Because he was going to be included in it in Jank and Anna's attitude towards him before and currently. So that one is I'm going to have to reevaluate how I do that one. But yeah. So there we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.